arriving at Lijiang Camp. Ready for battle.
Got something to say to lovers turn to strangers, but they stay fools. I'll break the chains, take the pain to save you. Save you, baby, I've been high and low. All the feelings I won't show. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. Pretty little fears I got, second guessing every shot. I won't lie, no I won't lie. I'm free but now I'm lost. Freedom comes at a cost. I won't lie, not this time. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. Ain't nothing we haven't tried. I'll sing you one last goodbye, and I won't think twice. So, ready or not, I'll go. I'm setting you free for sure right now. Don't ask me how.
Thought I had her in a lucid grip, said I'd take my time. She keeps calling and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Screws tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling and I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you. She has the time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you never see it coming, no use. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you.
and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Tonight we are getting our fill of Overwatch. We're going to start with the Missouri High School Esports Association, the state championship between Francis Howell and CBC High School. We'll then move on to NECC action for Boise State orange and blue teams coming up later tonight. I'm going to be joined throughout the night by Colby D'Angelo all the way to call all of the action. And D'Angelo, before we get to the big guns, we're going to see the future big guns here with the state championship game.
Future big guns in terms of collegiate, but in terms of like solo queue and actual ranks, they're already big guns. They're already on the same skill level of some of our players from Boise State, and we have some pretty good players here at Boise State. So, I mean, they're not necessarily melded into a team just yet, but individual skill, they already are the big guns in a lot of cases, especially at the state championship level.
Oh, 100%. I know the Boise State coaches were saying that some of the players on Boise State, as you kind of alluded to, D'Angelo, recognize some of these names from solo queue. So, yeah, just because it says high school in front of the title, do not think that, like traditional sports, these kids are not as talented. Some of them probably could even be more talented with how esports is trending. The younger, usually the better. These kids have a lot of time on their hands in high school. And, you know, I think esports is growing to the point where mom and dad, you know, probably for us, D'Angelo, we're like, hey, you can't play video games anymore. You got to study. Now they're like, please, play video games, child. You can get a scholarship that doesn't involve, you know, a serious concussion like other sports. So, I mean, I think esports is just growing to the point that these high schoolers are probably encouraged to play unlike us. And that's a big reason why they're just as talented as Boise State. And even in some cases, they could come into Boise State and even be better than some of the Broncos we had, which is just crazy to think.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I know that the past couple of years, we've had some people coming in just out of high school that Boise State has been recruiting to come play for us. And I mean, we do that for a reason. We do that because they're excellent players. Age is not really, in terms of being young, age is not a component in esports. Like, it's all about your stats, and those young kids often have much better stats than some older people, especially once you get into like mid or higher 20s for some reason.
Then everything slows down. You're old at that point. You're basically like 50 in video game land. But it is Francis Howell. It is CBC. It is the Missouri High School Esports Association State Championship. We're going to kick things off here in a hurry. We'll say this was a little bit before the recent patch, so we don't have to worry about that yet, D'Angelo. We'll get to those changes before Boise State plays tonight, because some of those tank changes are absolutely wild. But we are going to kick off Odd Control as usual.
As usual, Control, we see them kind of going right side. What do you have to say about that, Fish?
It looks like Francis Howell definitely beat CBC to the punch. You rarely see a team get to that so quickly. You could see that KO was trying for a flank. He's not going to get it. Eclipse going to drop low. Logan Monty going to drop low as well. Francis Howell all in control. Joe 45 did try and roll over on the point to try and backdoor Francis Howell. They'll trade 1-for-1 with Logan Monty and Yoda going down. Now Francis Howell has rotated over. Point has unlocked. And it's going to go, looks like the side of Francis Howell barely gets stopped at about 75%. A couple of contests from CBC trying to wait for people to spawn, but I've never seen a team get there that quickly. I guess the Lucio made a huge difference as Eclipse is going to go down there with exclusivity as well. That's going to be a huge win for Francis Howell here.
Their Lucio was with the team instead of off getting an enemy team boob, and so that helped them get to the point faster, and that did help them win it. But also, it was at the cost of a little bit of glory for their Lucio there.
Yeah, well, it's interesting with Joe 45 as well on the Wrecking Ball. He tried to go in and jump on the points. We see a lot of Wrecking Balls do just be that giant, annoying gnat, if you will, and spin around. So curious to see if he can maybe pull off some flanks, try and move Francis Howell off of the point. Coalescence available for Cobalt if he wants to use it. But right now, CBC is going to throw down the Ant Matrix. They're going to pick up one, but they'll lose KO in the process. There goes the Immortality Field. Fidgets will go down, and so much for that window. It was just a window for CBC back to spawn.
Yoda killed Kale on the Echo with duplication up, and that is what won them that fight. Because if they got that duplication off, especially in such close quarters, they were definitely prepared to use it to maximum effect. And now, Francis Howell has a grab to do something against that duplication, so it's not necessarily looking as good for CBC High School.
Well, there's that grab. They're going to combo with the Blizzard double boop off the edge from Forrest as well. That's one way to make a statement if you're Francis Howell in the state championship with the clean team kill right off the grab, just like you called it, D'Angelo.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye. Go off the map. Have a nice time. That was a fantastically well executed team fight there on the side of Francis Howell, and I don't think CBC was ready, but I don't think there was a ton they could have done to have stopped that, to be perfectly honest. I think something similar would have happened even if they went in the close quarters. Oh, that's bad.
Nice hook on to Cobalt there. Immortality Field has gone down for CBC. Going to get taken up there by Philip. We're not still no use for Caleb. The ultimate going to die once again. Another window will go down, but unfortunately for CBC, they're still going to lose 2 members in the process. They're going to be forced to retreat. Yoda has been huge on this Tracer. Gets another great pick. Gets another one at 10 HP. And right now, Francis Hell could do no wrong.
Francis Howell can do no wrong, with the exception of their Moira getting picked early. That almost cost them the fight, but then Yoda was like, get in the backpack, boys. Let's go. We don't need our Moira. We don't need our Lucio. I got this. 10 HP is enough. Don't worry, guys.
I thought he was going to go down. I will say Kale, unfortunately, never got the duplication off.
Nope.
Just game ended with it was still available. I mean, you mentioned it. If he could get it on to Philip with that Reinhardt in close quarters, I mean, we've seen players get like 3 shatters in a row with how fast that builds up. So, I mean, for Kale, he's got to make sure he actually gets his ult off, even if he builds it quickly, because if you don't use it, I mean, you're kind of a waste at this point.
Oh boy, he had plenty of options. He could have done the Rhine, he could have done the Zarya, he could have done the Mei, and all of those are definitely fight-winning duplicates if you execute them correctly.
CBC's going to go for the teleporter strat. They're going to be able to pull this one off effectively. Francis Howell just going to walk onto the point, and they nearly get there at about the same time. So no advantage for CBC. Immortality Field is going to go down to keep them nice and healthy, as Philip will go be taken out, so will Forrest. Joe 45 falls in, return Asteroid, pick it up 2 before the rest of the team gets knocked off the edge and also falls. Yoda getting another great pick, this time on the McCree, takes down Kale. With CBC on the back of that teleporter, barely on the point in time, they're able to pick up the first fight win.
To be fair to Flump, who was the first blood there, there is not much you can do as a Reinhardt with a level 3 beam Symmetra in your face. So I would not blame him for that. And once your main tank goes down, you need to get some pretty important kills pretty quickly or you lose that. That said, now they're walking into a Symmetra, which is even harder.
Joe going to use the Shatter. Not going to be able to land on anyone. Nice block there from Philip. That's going to waste the only ult that was available. Coalescence up for Cobalt if he wants to use it. There's the window for Fidgets. He's going to throw it down. Try and help his team. Photon Barrier going to come out as well defensively from Logan Monty. And Francis Howell going to just disengage. There's a great pick from Yoda despite those ultimates. There's the Coalescence. Grab going to come out. Let's get a Deadeye in here from Yoda as well. He'll pick up 4. My goodness. Francis Howell absolutely turned that fight around.
Eat that, fish. Look at that quad kill Deadeye there that won the fight for Yoda.
I figured he was like, all right, he'll get a couple kills. He's not going to pick up too much. 4 is insane. Now, yes, he did have the grab on top of it. That definitely helped.
That's true.
But it was a great job just disengaging from the window, waiting for the Photon Barrier to fall. And once again, Yoda's getting huge picks. This time it's Marvel who gets one. The DPS for Francis Howell are really carrying the team right now.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Especially with the Yoda kill on their grab. Their Zarya was slightly mispositioned and not expecting Yoda to get the headshots like he did. And so they were just not prepared, and CBC was kind of relying on Grav to keep that point, and now they really have to swap off the Symmetra because she's not going to get as much attack value.
Blizzard from Marvel going to come out, but he will immediately take it down. It'll land on 2, but an Immortality Field will keep them alive from now. Asteroids pick up the pair, make it a triple kill for him. Joe 45 gets what really is just a consolation prize as CBC is going to get all taken out. And once again, Francis Howell using their ultimate perfection, and they have a Shatter once again, but CBC's got 4 on the table.
4 on the table is kind of scary. But Fish, what do we always talk about on this point?
Whoever ults first usually wins.
Well, that, but also Symmetra on attack. After you lose the point with Symmetra, I do think that is absolutely going to cost them.
They threw the grab down, they rallied, they shattered as well. The shatter did stop the Deadeye from Yoda, and Forrest happened to take it out. They throw a window down from Fitchis as well. But CBC's only been able to pick up a pair of kills. Asteroid once again has the grab. He's going to use it to try and help bail his team out. Phillips going to pick up 2 for Francis Howell. Cobalt's going to pick up another one with the Coalescence. CBC, every ultimate thrown at the side of Francis Howell. They only got 2 kills. There's the duplicate, comes out from Kale. He's not going to be able to find anything with it. He'll get gunned down by Asteroid, who's trying to take him down on the back. He steals the health pack just to stay alive. Everyone has made it back for Francis Howell here in overtime, and CBC is going to try and keep the point alive. Shatter's going to get an elimination onto Fitchits. And right now, CBC is just trying to play stall. Photon Barrier from Logan Monty comes out, never switching off that Symmetra, trying to make some use out of it. And Francis Howell, I don't know what happened. They all just fell apart thanks to Eclipse, who picked up a huge double kill. And CBC flips the point and keeps us in the game.
I think Francis Howell, so they're performing very, very dominantly, but I do think that their support lineup is probably their weak link. Their main healer is definitely getting picked when she shouldn't necessarily be doing that. But considering how dominant the rest of the team is, that doesn't necessarily make Cobalt bad or anything. That just makes them slightly less amazing than everybody else.
There's a three-man amazing Shatter comes out from Joe 45. We also see Immortality Field to keep the team alive. Have to wonder if that maybe could have been saved, but it's not going to matter. Francis Howell's going to lose both their tanks. Yoda's barely going to make it back to spawn, and just like that, CBC's put themselves in last fight territory.
Last fight territory, but with an ultimate disadvantage. Now, what's going to determine this for CBC is whether or not they get a valuable duplication off. Yoda's going to be looking for that pick on the Echo, though, so they have to be very careful.
There's the Coalescence. Rally's going to be used as well. Blizzard and Deadeye will both come out. Immortality Field trying to keep CBC alive. There's a sound barrier for the overkill. Kale's going to get the duplicate onto the Moira. Probably not the best target, but he's able to pick up one. Flump and Forrest do get two in return, but it's Joe 45 who absolutely pops off. He gets a huge shatter. And CBC, I thought they were dead in the water, and they're going to send this to a map 3.
Yoda was the price there. They knew it. They knew that they needed to kill him, and the Echo killed him instead of him killing the Echo, and so they won the fight. I mean, we knew that was going to kind of come down to those two DPS, and while the Echo duplicate wasn't necessarily the big fight determiner that I thought it was going to be, the Yoda versus Kale still definitely did determine that fight for them. So I'll be interested to see how, if any, swaps are made. I mean, we already see Yoda on the Junkrat there, which is usually a pretty solid pick on this map.
You see Logan Monty on the Doomfist. We kind of talked about him never switching off the Symmetra. Didn't really have great value, but that Photon Barrier, potentially a reason why CBC was able to come back. Kale's now going to be the one on the Symmetra, so interesting that CBC still opting for the teleporter. And we talked about it. We're curious to see how quick they switch off this time, D'Angelo, because she does lose a lot of her value after that initial teleport.
Absolutely. There are many more DPS that could have been much more useful to CBC High School, and it definitely wasn't the Symmetra carrying them to victory that second map.
Yoda's going to pick up one. Logan Monty gets one as well. So both DPS on new heroes getting some value for their team. Kale last minute did swap over to the Reaper. Immortality Field goes down, but a nice time by Fulham. He'll swing his hammer around, and Joe 45 will be taken out. Another one goes down. Fitchits has been really easy for Francis Howell to take out. There goes the rest of the tank line for Francis Howell. That might be their strongest suit. They're going to pick up all 3 kills and send CBC running.
Oh yes, absolutely. Their tank line is doing an amazing job at just winning against the CBC High School tank line. And I think that part of that is not necessarily the Flump versus Joe, like Ryan v. Ryan. I think it's part of it is the Diva versus Zarya, to be perfectly honest. I think that is going to be the biggest determiner here.
Shatter goes down. Joe lands on 1. Flump lands on 3. There's your difference right there. 2-man Riptire just for show, but the Ryan v. Ryan battle clearly goes to the side of Francis Howell, and they win that one going away.
That was a little bit unfortunate, not blocking the Shatter. That's gotta feel bad. But now we realize that we probably really need a Zarya, especially in these close quarters, against an enemy Junkrat. So that's an amazing swap on the side of CBC High School, recognizing what they don't have and changing.
Speaking of Zarya, there's a grab coming out from Asteroid. Flump's going to pick up one. Immortality Field immediately falls. Fidget tries to use the Amplification Matrix to keep his team alive, and it works out perfectly. Joe gets the double snipe. Now maybe CBC over pursues. Logan Monty and Joe 45 will both go down. Joe went charging in for a pin, didn't find it. And what looked like a great recovery ends up going the side of Francis Howell.
They went just a little bit too aggro, just a little bit too soon. And I mean, you think that getting a pick on their Moira and their Mei like that, you would be able to go in, but you really needed to go in together if you were going to do that.
Meteor Strike available for Logan Monty. Immortality Field's already going to be used, though, as Kale gets taken out. Riptire's going to pick up one as well. Meteor Strike will be used from Logan Monty, but it's a tad bad, too late, as Asteroid's going to land on the team, going to take him out like he's flying down across the sky. And it's Francis Howell who once again puts themselves in last fight territory.
Yoda was the price, but I mean, he killed most of their team before that, though. However, they're walking into a blizzard, so Yoda will have plenty of time to get back before CBC gets a really, really solid fight on the point.
Looks like that blizzard was just a zoning blizzard. That's what it was. It wasn't even a fight starting
zoning
blizzard. Just a zone blizzard, slow down CBC. We saw Francis Howell last time. Maybe threw a little bit on map 2. They want to make sure they secured it, and they're going to go up 1-0 here in the state championship. The Idaho Army National Guard, proud supporter of Boise State Esports, who brings you the top plays at the end of every night, invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. It's the Missouri High School Esports Association State Championship between Francis Howell and CBC. Fish and D'Angelo here calling all the action as Boise State's getting ready to go in their NECC matches coming up tonight starting at 7 o'clock. And D'Angelo, I will say, feels like Francis Howell just a step above CBC, even though he went 3 maps on control. The only reason we really went there is because Francis Howell threw on map 2.
Just a tad. Kale was definitely getting the better of Yoda on that map towards the ladder when they actually took the point and then won the map. Kale was winning the DPS against Yoda, and that was a really, really big deal because Yoda is kind of one of their team carries. I mean, their tank lineup is really, really strong, and they're doing an absolutely amazing job. But Yoda is probably the best singular carry that they have on that team because most of what Flump is doing is with his Zarya, which is the whole point of having a Ryan Zarya is they work together.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think Yoda, he was the big reason they won on the first map. He was getting solo picks on the Tracer the whole time. So that's going to be a really interesting matchup to watch going forward, the Yoda versus the Kale, as you kind of highlighted. And I think Flump and Joe 45, if they both went on dueling Ryans, looks like for now, Joe has opted for the Wrecking Ball. It's going to be something interesting to watch because CBC looked like they might have had it in on that final map, but then Joe lands a one-man shatter, Flump lands it on 3, and from then, Francis Howell just rolled.
Joe is not necessarily getting rolled over by Flump, but we do know which way that Ryan v. Ryan is going. And part of that, I do believe, is how well Flump and Asteroid are working together as a main tank, off tank duo. And the Diva definitely didn't help.
See Joe 45 going to try and go for the old distraction. Does just enough to peel his team off. Takes a ton of damage in the process. Yoda and Kale both on the Ash, so that'll be a fun little duel, a true test of skill here. Joe 45 gets right back in the fight. No contest yet from Francis Howell. Now they'll jump right on top of the point. Joe 45 going to go smashing down.
Yeah.
Gets healed back up. Logan Monty does pick up Yoda, though, so we'll see with that pick if Francis Howell's able to keep pace. And right now you can see the health bar is definitely bleeding out. Cobalt taken very low. He's the next one to fall. Yoda swapped over to McCree, but I don't think he'll get there in time. Marble and Asteroid will go running for the hills. Forrest is going to try and boop Joe out of the way, but Joe 45 definitely wins this battle. And Francis Howell still retreating, trying to buy time for their reinforcements.
Yoda quick switch off of that Ash because Cobalt is not Mercy for him, but Kale has a Mercy, and so it's kind of worthless to go Ash v Ash if they have a Mercy pocket and you don't. So, I mean, I didn't really expect anything else other than Yoda getting eliminated pretty quickly.
There's the grab that comes out, even though the whole hog window started it for CBC. Once again, we talk a lot about Flump. Asteroid's grabs have been huge impact for Francis Howell.
Absolutely. Their tank line is extremely strong. They both really bring out the best in each other, and some of the greatest plays that we have seen have been grabs. I do think that the play reel will mostly belong to Flump, Asteroid, and Yoda. I think we're going to see the Deadeye in there, but I think for the most part, most of the players are going to belong to the Francis Howell tank lineup because they're both just doing such an amazing job.
Yeah, maybe the debate isn't Flump versus Joe 45 when they're on the Reinhardts, but Asteroid versus Eclipse. And Asteroid has got a ton more value than Eclipse has with his ultimates. They are going to bring out the Cryo Freeze from Marble. Does have the Blizzard available, though, if he wants to throw it down, as we do see the Valkyrie's going to be used there by Exclusivity. And we'll see how CBC wants to go. There is the sound barrier. There is the Coalesce that's going to be used. Yoda's going to pick up Logan Monty. The Pulse Bomb goes nowhere. Exclusivity could try and get the res on the Tracer if he wants, but right now he's just trying to stay safe. I think that Valkyrie faded a little bit too late, but I think they were able to save it. Yoda gets another one. It's 2 for Yoda, none for anybody else, and Francis Howell is going to send CBC retreating.
I think that's about what we expected. Yoda on the McCree getting those picks as the fight was kind of already over and as they were kind of scattered. And especially because CBC High School has a no shield of any sort. Yoda definitely has free range, and I really had no idea why Cobalt is not on the Moira, other than Moira's probably the only hero that they're comfortable on playing at this level. But I really think they would get a lot more value out of a Mercy.
Well, this is what CBC wanted, though. They got the Bob to come out. Flump used the Shatter. Bob doing the work, though. He's going to pick up 2 for CBC. Unfortunately, he's the only one who got the memo. Eclipse is going to drop the whole hog, but not find much of anything. Yoda's going to use the Deadeye getting back into the fight. Not going to find anything, it looks like, but at least put some damage down. As Eclipse will go down, so will Kale. And what looked like a great fight start for CBC quickly goes awry. And I think a big reason why could be the fact they don't have that Moira, but they have that Mercy instead.
I definitely think that Eclipse is being, for the most part, an ultimate battery. Because usually if you go Hog, you want those in-between fight picks. And if you're not getting picks on Hog, you would be better suited to a different tank. Because Eclipse is currently just kind of being an ultimate battery. I don't know if it's like an off day for him or anything, or Francis Howell is just playing out of his hook range, but he's really not getting value out of that Hog, and neither is Joe on ball.
Double support ults come down, Coalescence and the window. Everybody survives that as we're into overtime. There's Asteroid once again. It's a huge grab. The Immortality Field's not going to be enough. CBC will lose 2. Valkyrie comes out. Exclusivity can't get in range for the res, and that's going to be all CBC has here. Logan Monty and Kale, the last one's alive. Logan Monty going to try and do what he can to stall out. He's not going to find it. Joe 45 is going to roll as fast as he can. He's not going to get in range, and it's a 0 hold for Francis Howell here in the Missouri State High School Championship for esports.
That's not to say that CBC High doesn't have a chance, because we've definitely seen some teams get full held on this first point Junkertown, especially if they're using long-range DPS. But I think CBC High School, their biggest problem there was they are not getting value out of the people that they're on, because like Hog Ball is normally a pretty good comp, but usually if you're Ball, you don't really want to run into McCree May. Like, that's usually a pretty bad idea. And if you're running Ball into a McCree May, you really don't respect either the McCree or the May as much as you should, because their stuns and walls are absolutely insane, and you're just going to get wrecked if you try to do anything within the team. And while Joe didn't necessarily like feed all the time, like he didn't just go in there and pad their kill stats, he wasn't really able to do anything. And so, I mean, like, points for not actively feeding, but like, you're still not getting much value out of Ball.
Well, he's not on the ball anymore now. He's on the Hog. Eclipse has switched over to the Zarya, though, so he may at least be able to get some grabs. Francis Howell has not changed a thing except for Yoda. Right now on that Widow, maybe trying to get a quick pick or two, and then I'm going to expect him to swap back to that McCree relatively quickly. Meanwhile, CBC, couple of changes, not on the support line for the most part, though, which is maybe where their biggest issue is. Yoda's still on the Widow for now. There's one! And that's exactly why he picked it up. Gets another headshot. Can't quite find it there. Exclusivity does get the res, so no real punish for Francis Howell, but you can see why he picked up the Widowmaker this time.
And especially that CBC High has no shield to counter him. Widowmaker is a really amazing pick, especially first point Junkertown when they have no shield. And really, CBC doesn't have any range to counter him either, because I mean, their McCree has a Mercy pocket, but as long as the Widow stays out of McCree's effective range, you really can't do much, and that's what we're seeing here.
Infrared Sight going to be used. Who needs a sniper? He's just going to beat Logan Monty in his own game with the AR. You don't see that every day. Trying to get another one. Does finally get hooked in. And that's one way to shut down a Widow. But right now, CBC put all their efforts onto Yoda, and you can see the card is almost capped. Exclusivity has been taken out. Francis Howell's backdoor attempt, though, did lose some of its push, but now Joe 45 and Kale both taking out. Eclipse trying to hold on. He'll take out Cobalt, but Flump and Asteroid, more fitting way to pick up the last 2 kills as Flump gets one more, and they're going to go up 2-0 here in the state championship. And That time, I think Yoda was more of a bait than anything else, and they absolutely fell for it. The beatdown at Boise State being held all throughout February, going to be broadcast live. Join Boise State's premier fighting game event in Dragon Ball FighterZ and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate coming up later this month. Test your skills against the Idaho fighting game community. Open brackets will be held online with an in-person final event hosted at Boise State University. If you want to get in for the final 2 events, go to smash.gg, the beatdown, Boise State. And right now, Francis Howell is doing a really good job. I mean, that time it was, hey, we got Yoda. And then the cart was almost capped because no one was paying attention to the other 5 members of Francis Howell who were all just as important.
They were all extremely scared of Yoda on the Widowmaker, but they weren't really paying attention to anything else. And Yoda died there because he wasn't really respecting the fact that, like, well, I mean, he walked point blank into a soldier and AR'd them down. That is not something that a Widowmaker should be allowed to do.
No.
And then he got hooked in and killed, and that is also not something a Widowmaker should generally be having happen to them. So I do actually think that while Yoda's bait was effective because the cart was all the way over there, I think he could have been more effective if he had respected the enemy team just a little bit more. I don't think he would have been killed, and then he wouldn't have been bait so much as like a flank or a cross angle or something like that.
Flanking.
But it worked.
I would not encourage a flanking Widowmaker, D'Angelo. That is about as bad as being a bait, I think. But, I mean, when you do AR down a soldier, I mean, I guarantee you your confidence level is absolutely through the roof, and you feel like you could do no wrong. So I can't blame him, and it worked out for the team. But at the same time, I mean, we were talking about Yoda. I mean, Flump and Asteroid absolutely are taking care of business even when Yoda's off doing his own thing, and it just feels like Francis Howell's tank line is just a step ahead of CBC's, and I think that's a big reason why they're winning for the most part. And also, I mean, you and I can both agree the Mercy's not getting any value at all.
No, they are absolutely not getting any value at all. And I think part of that is Mercy, you usually want to have somebody to enable as Mercy.
Yep.
There needs to be someone strong for you to support as Mercy. And while you can be an amazing Mercy player without that, it definitely doesn't help if there's like not a super amazingly dominant DPS that you can just like hard pocket or damage boost the hooks that weren't happening. So part of it is because just the Mercy is not getting a lot of value, but also part of it is because the teammates aren't really giving the Mercy anything to work with.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, Mercy's play, I mean, you alluded to it. You could be one of the best Mercies in the world. If you don't have someone to pocket, you lose a lot of your value unless you're just whipping out the pistol, headshotting everybody, and you don't miss. Well, CBC maybe looking for that spark. They've subbed out Kale. They've subbed in Zero here for this potential match point on what else but King's Row. Everybody's go-to. CBC's going to try and flank around. Logan Mott's taking a ton of damage. Both Ryans going to run into each other, throw that shield up. One turret taken out by Asteroid, but no other elimination. There's Yoda to start things off and get the pick on to Exclusivity. There's a wall that goes down as well for Marble, letting that shield regen for Flump. He's got to be careful as the Immortality field gets down and immediately taken out as Zero has fallen as well. And CBC right now just kind of running out of time. This flank went nowhere. Eclipse going to try and use that pillar. Flump does not care. He'll swing that hammer around. He'll pick up another one. Fidgets finally gets one elimination, but Yoda's going to make it pay immediately, and that's a clean win for Francis Howell in the first fight.
Kings Row is a really, really unfortunate map to go into at match point for CBC High School here because they're going into Flump and Asteroid, just the amazingly dominant main tank, off tank duo, and this is a Reinhardt map. There are not many maps that you can say are Reinhardt maps in the current meta. This is definitely one of them.
Shatter goes out from Joe, absolutely misses, and the Deadeye does the same thing, but it does bait out the Immortality field until Joe, speaking of a Deadeye of his own, gets a huge snipe onto Marble. Logan Monty gets one onto Yoda as well, and Francis Howell a little bit behind on ult charges. That's a big reason why they're going to lose this fight. As Zero's going to pick up a couple. Eclipse will get one as well. And with the Deadeye not finding anything, the window coming out, CBC just ran that right into Francis Howell's face.
Absolutely. Their Mei was caught out and their McCree was caught out, and at that point, they don't have DPS, and then CBC managed to get the pick on their main healer, and at that point, you don't really have a fight.
Well, Francis Howell has the shatter. They have the grab. CBC doesn't have either. But Joe incredibly close to his second shatter of the game, using that Mei wall to create some space. Trying to wait for the shield to go down before he pulls it out. There is a Riptire that's going to be used by Logan Monty. Looks like that one was dealt with, but Eclipse gets the pick onto Yoda. Immortality Field comes out, and it looks like Francis Howell just wants to retreat here. They have a lot of ultimates. They did use a sound barrier, but they're kind of just waiting. It look potentially... Nope, there's the Blizzard. They want to fight. They're going to Blizzard in to grab. Shatter goes out from Flood. Doesn't land onto anything. Molten Core, pretty easy to use when there's a grab out. He'll pick up a quad, and Zero can do no wrong with the sub.
I am genuinely not sure what they were expecting when they got grabbed. Like, I'm not sure what else they were expecting other than to be Molten Core on top of the grab. So I really think that Blizzard was an entire waste. And we haven't really seen any super impressive Blizzards, which is kind of unfortunate because Blizzard is such an impressive ult.
There's a sound barrier and an Ant Matrix coming out from CBC High School. They also used the Shatter. And with good measures, they have run it through Francis Howell. Yoda's going to use the Deadeye. He'll pick up one, but go down in exchange. And this is a different CBC team than we've seen in the past. I don't know if it's all on Zero, but right now he's on fire. He's the only sub, and they're running through Francis Howell after they could find nothing in the first two games.
I think part of the reason they're running through Francis Howell is because Francis Howell is acting differently than they did in some other maps previous. I mean, we saw, I think the epitome of this is Widowmaker SNGing a soldier down. I think that Yoda in particular is acting much differently than he would normally.
Well, he still gets one pick onto Logan Monty. Flump does get taken out though. The Immortality Field used. Dynamite burning away at Zero's health. Nice grab from Eclipse. That's just going to keep everybody in place. Zero just going to push on the point. It gets barely contested. But everyone from Francis Howell has been taken out. And what a way for CBC on match point here in the state championship to come out. Just absolutely, I don't even think they lost. They lost one fight, which was the opener, but they kind of extended it and ended up winning.
They lost their opening fight, and then they just kind of proceeded to roll over Francis Howell after that, using a lot of really well-used ultimates, but also they were just kind of avoided getting picked. They avoided getting shot. They're like, oh, Francis Howell's hit scan, Yoda is right there. Let's not stand in line of sight. Let's not get shot in the face. Like, they seem to be more either Yoda's doing something or they seem to be much more prepared, but those picks aren't necessarily happening as often as they used to. And I mean, to be fair, as often as they used to be pretty close to team wipes. So.
No, they also did a great job not feeding asteroids. A ton of grabs that he was able to just. I mean, you talk about team kills, those almost always resulted in team kills. And I will say, does feel like CBC's learned a little bit. They've ditched the Mercy, and they've also copied the Ryan Zarya tank line. So they kind of stole a little bit out of it. They cheated a little bit off Francis Howell's test. They said, well, this is working. Why don't we just do it? And they did it pretty well.
I do think we're seeing more value from Fitzish. And I mean, not that we have seen Fitzish being bad in the other maps. We've just haven't really seen teammates following up on his Ant Matrixes as much as we have this map. So I actually think he's been doing particularly well, too.
Well, we'll see if Francis Howell can answer. We're going to be going to overtime, or we'll head to a map 4 between these two teams, the Missouri High School Esports Association State Championship. Francis Howell taking a little bit of damage. Marvel's going to throw up the ice wall just to try and cut down on the bleeding. Let everybody get healed back up to full health. Still hiding on the other side of that statue. No one has blinked yet. Flump trying to set up a flank here. The shield's starting to crack, though. He'll put it down. Logan Monty incredibly low, but he will get healed up. Still everybody chilling at full life. Another Mei wall goes down from Marvel as Francis Howell retreat once again right into the grenade spam of Logan Monty, able to put out a ton of damage. Flump the first one to fall. Yoda will go right after as Eclipse picks up a double kill. And that is not how Francis Howell wanted to start. I don't know if, did Asteroids not start in that first fight? There's no way he's at 5% if he was there the whole time.
You want to know what really Shuts didn't? So I promise I'll get there, Fish. But you want to know what really is unfortunate for Francis Howell right now? You don't really want to run Ryan Zarya into a full spam comp. So Francis Howell, Flump's been a problem. Asteroid's been a problem. So let's run spam and completely invalidate the Reinhardt.
There's a shatter from Joe and a grab from Eclipse. Eclipse doesn't get taken out. Best blizzard we've seen by Marble.
True.
Able to get it a 3 for 2 in the favor of Francis Howell. Zero does take him out, though, so it's 3 for 3, but now CBC's starting to run out of members. Pitches will fall. Joe's going to take down Fluff, though. Asteroid's trying to build up his charge. He is about 50%, but he's able to burn down Joe. CBC's respawn so far away. Eclipse actually swapping over to the Wrecking Ball, trying to make sure this point stays contested. Does get at least one tick for Francis Howell. Interesting that CBC wants the early recontest here.
Honestly, at this point, I kind of think they're just feeding ult charge if they choose to go for a recontest here, because they're not really going to get any valuable recontest. So I think that Eclipse running in there just kind of gave them ult charge. And now that fight, we saw the Asteroid that we know and love. We saw what we expected from Asteroid. Previously, as you asked before, Fish, Asteroid didn't really get to do a lot because he was just kind of like, they were out of his range and he wasn't getting bubbles on the people that were taking a ton of damage. But I mean, a really good, really relatively easy way to shut down a Zarya is just stay out of her effective range. And they really did that last fight. But now Asteroid's 96 to the grab, and CBC has to walk into that if they want to contest this point.
Yeah, they're gonna solo grab Joe, I think, just to open up a potential shatter from Flump as exclusivity goes down as well. Zero does get a pick to try and at least save this for CBC, but the payload's still pushing. Zero's gonna get another one as well, and interesting solo grab onto Joe. I think they wanted more, and they'll get it as Marble and Asteroid just collapse on Eclipse and Zero, and Francis Howell, an interesting win, but they'll take it nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do. You chase down the people after you've won the fight, and they definitely, clearly won the fight, so now you chase. And now CBC doesn't really have an opportunity to take this next fight because they didn't have a full team because of Eclipse's kind of like walk into Francis Howell. They didn't have a full team to hold that, and then they just kind of got walked over with Asteroid's grab.
Ton of ults available, double coalescence. Deadeye's going to come out as well. The shield from Joe should do enough to stop it. Huge shatter. Joe slams down first. Flump loses his. 3 men get shattered. Nobody goes down as the sound barrier is able to save him. Marble's going to use that blizzard. Gets a 3-man freeze. Joe the first one to fall. Hammer going around from Flump as Yoda's going to be able to take down Logan Monty. Eclipse is going to use the grab, but a great May wall from Marble is going to stop the Molten Core in its track. Asteroid, first bad grab we've seen. He's not going to find anything. Forrest will take down Eclipse. Zero will fall as well. We'll see if Francis Howell can now hold CBC in their spawn with the payload pushing incredibly quickly. The Rhines charge into each other. No one's there to contest. We're heading to overtime, but CBC with the 12-second advantage.
12 seconds isn't a ton of an advantage, especially on King's Row, because, like, it's going to take you 12 seconds to get to the point. So, I mean, 12 seconds will mostly just add, like, a little bit of length to their kind of, like, scrappy fights. It gives them a little bit more leeway, but honestly, this is still kind of anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, I think based on what we've seen in the first 2 maps, I'd lean Francis Howell because they look like they've been the better team, but this Zero sub in for CBC, at least offensively on King's Row, and they had a little bit of a great first fight hold, has done wonders. And I mean, like you said, if Eclipse doesn't run in an int, Francis Howell still might not have capped, so CBC's just got to take it down a little bit, get back to playing your game, and don't do anything stupid, because otherwise you lose the state championship.
Absolutely, and Zero on that Torbjorn is a really, really good idea, especially if you're having problems with the Rhine Zarya, as we saw, and especially if you have a friendly Zarya. So now CBC has some amazing ultimate combos to kind of go with, and Francis Howell doesn't really. I mean, they've been getting a lot of success out of individual ults, but they don't really have any ult combos like CBC High School does. And we still see Cobalt on that Moira, and I'm not sure that Moira is getting a lot of value.
Yeah, Francis Howell has definitely opted for these are the 6 champions, I guess 5, or heroes outside of Yoda, who's been a little bit more flexible. These are the 5 heroes we like, and we're going to run it until you stop us. And so far, CBC hasn't really stopped them effectively. So we're here in overtime. Francis Howell attacking first. They're going to go for the behind flank. Marble's going to put out a great May wall. There is an immortality field that comes down, immediately gets evaporated. So does the turret. And so Zero's got to wait for that cooldown. 3 seconds left. Yoda and Asteroid taking a ton of damage.
Oh,
Asteroid
boy.
the first one to fall. Flump incredibly low as well. Now they're trying to sandwich the members of Francis Howe. Forrest is the next one to fall. Flump, Marble, and Cobalt join in shoulder order. It's only Yoda left alive, and that's a great first fight win for CBC.
Absolutely. Asteroid died first, and that is not something that you want at all, Fish. I mean, in GOATS meta, your chance to win a fight went down 85% if you lost your Zarya. And Francis Howell is definitely playing this like a GOATS comp, so it makes sense that they lose their Zarya and they lose the fight.
Hey, Yoda also got found out. He had stayed alive but was not next to his team, so he's now just finally respawned. He's on the Widowmaker.
Not good.
Gets a turret snipe. We'll see what the rest of it is able to do. There's a Coalescence that comes out. It's just going to use the Amp Matrix. Joe gets a 4-man shatter. Forrest and Cobalt will go down immediately. Flump tries to save it and charges into his death. And Francis Howell might have just played themselves out of this overtime. They've got 25 seconds left.
That May wall was just slightly off, completely covering the amplification matrix, and it cost them their support lineup and the team because of that.
Joe has definitely won the battle of the Reinhardts here on King's Row. Flump's going to have a shatter for this last fight. Eclipse is going to have the grab, but Asteroid's close to his as well. There's the grab that comes out. Shatter Blizzard is used. Riptire does get found out by the members of Francis House. Able to save alive. There's the grab that comes out, but a sound barrier from Exclusivity is going to cancel out all the damage that Francis Howell wanted to do. Yoda gets one. Molten Core comes out, and now Francis Howell loses both their supports and their tank. Marvel's able to get one, but it's not much more than just a consolation prize. It's a team kill. They get 58% on the point. We'll see what CBC can do with their 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
I mean, in general, you usually think 2 minutes and 12 seconds is enough to get 58% or more on the point. So we'll see what Francis Howell kind of does in terms of like resisting that. One thing I will say is that something that was really dominant for CBC is that Torbjorn, and you do have a tougher time getting value on Torbjorn on attack on King's Row. I mean, like, Torbjorn's an amazing pick, first point King's Row, if Reinhardt Zarya is your problem and if you have your own Zarya, but it's a little bit more complicated to run a Torb on attack into King's Row, so I will say that that is something Francis Howell has going for them. I will say that they probably still want that Lucio, as they've always had, because they want to do this as fast as they can and they want to run Flump and Asteroid into the enemy team. But I think what we're going to see here is, I want to say tank lineup that plays this better wins, because we're not seeing a ton from Marble other than like he usually walls off amplification matrices, which is huge, as we saw what happens when you don't last fight. But in terms of actually like push potential, like on attack, I think we're probably going to need to see Flump and Asteroid. They definitely need to outplay Joe and Eclipse.
Here we do see Yoda flexing over to the Echo, so he maybe can add to that tank line with the duplicate onto Joe, or maybe even Eclipse onto the Zarya or the Reinhardt. So we'll see how much value he's able to get. Already quite ahead in alt charge, already up at 26%. Missouri State Championship for the Esports Association. Right now, Francis Howell on match point in overtime. If they can get a clean hold, they'll be state champions. You got to make sure you don't think about that too much. Flump's the first one taken out. Now Francis Howell's got to be careful. They could lose this one and go to a map 4 in a heartbeat. Marble goes down as well. The Immortality Field is going to be put down from Fitchits. Yoda's able to pick up one, but you have to think CBC is going to be able to capture this. It's being contested by Yoda best he can. He'll duplicate onto that Reinhardt, immediately gets taken out. He does bring down Logan Monty, but they're going to be able to cap that one pretty quickly. And you mentioned a tank line that plays better. That one, maybe the tank line that played worse, lost the fight as soon as Flump went down.
Absolutely.
Not much they could do.
Absolutely. They lost Flump. They lost the map. I mean, that's just kind of how that goes. I don't think Flump and Asteroid are entirely ready for this like new play style. CBC is pulling out on them, and I think that's part of their problem, Fish.
Well, don't forget the beatdown at Boise State being held all throughout February and broadcast live. It's Boise State's premier fighting event with Dragon Ball FighterZ or Super Smash Bros. Ultimate left. It's a great chance to test your skills against the Idaho fighting game community. Open brackets will be held online with an in-person final event hosted at Boise State University. You can register at smash.gg at the beatdown Boise State. And this has been a really, really good match between these two teams. And I think you're right. I feel like Flump and Asteroid maybe weren't ready for it. It does feel like, I mean, outside the attack on Kings Row, that ever since Yoda sort of SMG down to Soldier, Francis Howell has just kind of not been that same team. I don't know if they got too cocky. I don't know if they maybe thought they had this in the bag, but they do not feel like the same team we saw in the first two maps.
They absolutely got way too cocky. Yoda got too cocky. Yoda most notably got way too cocky. And then Flump and Asteroid, I wouldn't say Flump and Asteroid got cocky necessarily. I think they're just not adapting to the new things that CBC is bringing to the table. And I don't think the support lineup, I think on CBC, their Baptiste usually gets a lot of value, and most of the reason he's denied that value is the May wall and Marble, and just Marble kind of doing his job. But I really don't think the support lineup for Francis Howell has done anything super amazing.
Yeah, the support lineup for Francis Howell has definitely taken a hit. We'll see what they can do here in map 4, or if CBC can force us to a game number 5. Don't forget Boise State NECC action coming up right after this. The orange team coming up directly following this, and then the blue team later in the evening. As Yoda is able to get a great pick on Logan Monty, and this is how Francis Howell built this 2-0 lead in the state championship, with Yoda getting solid picks on the DPS members of CBC. He'll get taken out by Zero, who's still in for Kale. CBC is not lost without it, but there's a huge shatter comes out from Joe. Zero's going to pick up 2 more. And right now, Joe starting to pull away in this Reinhardt battle. Flump gets double stunned, and he's going to be taken out by Zero, who's going to have a triple kill. Eclipse gets 1 more. And CBC doing a great job in the blue, staving off that early first fight from Francis Howell.
And that early first fight from Francis Howell took quite a bit to bleed out there. And now we see Yoda swapping onto the Widowmaker, because running a McCree into an Ashe is not generally in the McCree's favor, especially without a Mercy on either side. So that's a really good swap on Yoda's part there. I do think Yoda has gotten out of that more cocky mindset, but I think that the problem here is that some of the other members of Francis Howell aren't necessarily rising to the challenge that CBC is presenting to them as much as they should be if they want to win.
I think Eclipse has also done a really good job. He's going to use the grab. There's a shatter from Flump, but it's not going to matter. It's a 5-man kill for CBC, and I think the other thing really has to be, I don't know if Eclipse maybe didn't want to play the Zarya or what it was, but ever since he's kind of matched Asteroid on that Zarya, I think CBC's also just hit a different level, having access to those grabs that have been usually team-winning ultimates for either side.
Absolutely. I think Eclipse switching to the Zarya was definitely an amazing job, and he's clearly showing some level of comfort on Zarya, so I'm not sure why they didn't pull it out to begin with, but...
Rowley comes out from Exclusivity. There's the grab from Asteroid, but a huge shatter from Joe is going to stun 3 members of Francis Howell. Cobalt and Marble will fall, but they'll go 2 for 3, as the Blizzard's able to pick up 1 as well. So Francis Howell in the red, just barely ahead here. Infrared sight going to be used. Joe will be taken out. There's a shatter available for Flump. He's got to be careful, getting lasered down by Eclipse. Barely able to hold on. Shield does go down,
but he
finally gets the healing he needs, and it looks like Francis Howell, with a minute left on the clock, is going to be able to capture this point, or maybe here comes a late recontest from the side of CBC as Bob is to come out. Marble picks up 1 on Desero, though, and it looks like that Bob might have been wasted.
The Bob was absolutely wasted, and that's pretty bad, especially because you want to use the Bob second point Anubis just for the contest. But I do understand why they initially did it, but the Bob wasn't even on the point, so it wasn't super amazingly helpful. So I said it earlier that Flump was winning the Ryan v Ryan mostly because he had a Zarya with him, and now that Joe has his own Zarya, we're seeing that Ryan v Ryan kind of tilt in Joe's favor a lot more. So this is just kind of, but like, the skill of neither Reinhardt player has really changed. It's entirely been the off tank working with that Reinhardt and kind of making them shine there.
Well, that fight started well for Francis Howell. Yoda got a couple of picks, but the close respawns have made it really hard for Francis Howell to finish the deal here. Going to get really close to a second tick. Eclipse going to use that grab to try and buy time for the rest of his team. Flump and Asteroid going to die with ults available. And that time Defender respawn just gives CBC enough to be able to hold on what looked like a losing fight.
And this is actually really good for Francis Howell because they have both Grab and Shatter online at the same time. But here's the thing with 2CP Fish. If you lose any of your team on attack 2CP, you're probably going to lose the fight. Honestly, because even if you get a full 6K, they're going to spawn back before you fully cap the point, and you're going to be 6v5. So you really need to keep your entire team up if you're trying to attack 2CP.
There's the grab that's going to come out. Yoda's going to get one. Shatter not used yet from Flump as Joe Shield's going to hold. Forest dropping low. Asteroid going to take down Zarya. Can they get one more? Blizzard's going to come out. Asteroid's going to get another one. Nice freeze onto Zero, and that should probably do it. Everyone from Francis Howell stayed alive. They'll get a second tick, but the contest comes out. Exclusivity going to use the rally. Now here comes the stall from CBC. Coalescence used by Cobalt. They still have the Shatter if Flump wants to use it. Joe respawning again. Fitchis gets one pick onto Yoda, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 96%, now 99%. Can they finish it off? The respawn's coming in from CBC. Just enough to keep contesting. There's a Shatter from Flump, not going to find anything as Joe goes charging in. Francis Howell just cannot get the final pick. There they go. They finally get it. Zero couldn't get in range with the Molten Core. And they'll cap it with 1:24 on the clock and put some pressure on CBC, who once again is staving off elimination.
Which it's not necessarily Zero's fault that he didn't get the value on the Molten Core, but if they were going to flip that fight, Molten Core would have been the way to do it. And I mean, to be completely fair to CBC High School, 5 ultimates is 5 ultimates. And
yep.
while they weren't all used at exactly the same time on the side of Francis Howell, you run a slippery slope if you expect yourself to completely survive through 5 ultimates. That's expecting a lot, and that's kind of an unfair thing to expect from yourself. And especially because Francis Howell didn't all blow them at once. They had some for the second recontest.
Yep.
And so you really just can't do much if you're going into 2 consecutive scrappy fights where you don't have your whole team, but your whole team is spawning relatively quickly. But you're running into enemy ults. That's a really hard thing to come back from on the side of CBC High School. So I don't think they should feel too bad about that because Francis Howell only has 1:24. So.
Yeah, I think that the biggest difference was, I mean, Flump and Asteroid held their ultimates. Joe and Eclipse both used theirs. And I mean, that's the one thing that we've seen with these high school events is sometimes they're a little bit trigger happy. It feels like, you don't always have that, hey, hold your ult. We have to have another recontest. We can't use Shatter and Grab at the same time. And that one definitely cost CBC. We'll see if they're able to maybe make up for it. It did take Francis Howell quite a while. They did not cap point 1 until there was about 40 seconds on the clock. So if an early fight win comes out for CBC, they'll definitely be in the driver's seat should we head to overtime. Right now, they're stuck over in this side room. You see Lexusity keep checking over there. Yoda's on the flank on that Tracer once again. Great Maywall's going to separate the team from Marble, but they're not able to get a pick with an Immortality Field save for Fitches. Unfortunately, Exclusivity dropping very, very low. Joe's going to get the Shatter first. Levine throw it down, landed onto both supports of Francis Howell. And Matrix from Fitch is going to come out as well. And that's a great delayed first fight for CBC. Unfortunately, now they're starting to lose members as Joe and Zero both get taken out. So they're not going to be able to get any pressure off of that huge Shatter. Coalescence used by Cobalt to keep the team alive. There's a grab from Asteroid. Immortality Field should be able to keep the team alive through it. And Asteroid's going to get 3 as soon as that Immortality Field falls. And Francis Howell, thanks to Asteroid, once again holding strong.
So yes, I would say part in thanks to Asteroid, but also Exclusivity. You really got to have that beat up for the grab. And also, I'm not... There's probably better heroes for you if you're on Lucio without making full use of his wall riding ability, even with Sound Barrier. There are probably heroes that Exclusivity could get more value on. Because if you're playing Lucio on the ground in your team, that is not how you're going to get the most value. And so right now, Fish, things look pretty bad for the defending team. Attackers have 5 minutes here. But if there's any map where it's most likely that you're going to burn off 5 minutes, it's 2CB.
Well, how about you get a 6-man shatter as well from Flump? That's always a great way to burn off a bunch of time. That's an immediate team kill as soon as the Immortality Field falls. Asteroid swap to the Diva, which I was going to comment on, but who cares? When Flump lands a 6-man shatter, doesn't really matter what the rest of your team's playing.
Goodbye. Goodbye, enemy team, says Flump. This is my point. However, things are looking a little bit scary for Francis Howell because CBC has a number of very important ultimates. Tire, you usually can destroy, but especially that Molten Core, Francis Howell definitely has to be careful. Though I do think the better move for CBC would be to save Molten Core for when they get Grav to get that guaranteed clean team kill.
That's actually exactly what I was going to say is will they hold it for the Grav? Eclipse might even get it in this team fight. 88% Coalescence used by Cobalt just to try and delay. Diva Bomb is close, but now the Grav's online, so Francis has to be careful. Asteroid's going to have a lot of pressure to eat this Grav on that Diva, and if he can do that, that can flip the fight for Francis Howell. There's the Grav that's going to come out. Molten Core is going to be used right through the Ant Matrix. Diva Bomb is used, though, and it's going to be able to hide CBC in that corner, and they're only able to pick up 1 kill, and as you mentioned, D'Angelo, when it was Francis Howell attacking, if you don't get that clean ace and you lose a member or two, you just cannot contest due to the respawn advantage the defending team has. Yoda will fall, but you can see CBC running for the hills. It's a great Maywall by Marble to trap him in there. And there was your Grab Molten Core combo, and they found nobody with it.
They found nobody with it. CBC had a really unfortunate time with Eclipse on Diva because they were just getting out Ryan Zarya because that was just the nature of the comps that the teams are running. But Asteroid got huge value out of that fight with Diva, and we see him eat the Molten Core and he immediately swaps back to Zarya. So...
Oh, that was a great sound barrier there by Forrest to negate all of that damage. Yoda also using the duplicate onto the Reinhardt. Didn't really find too much value, but now CBC, good news for them, they still have quite a bit of time, but you have to wonder if they need to maybe take a dry fight, and as you said, D'Angelo, 5 ultimates is 5 ultimates and throw them out as opposed to echoing continuously and trying to take smart fights.
Absolutely. Fish, you are right on the money there. Eclipse is coming up on their second Grav, but I mean, they're not close to another Molten Core, and it didn't really work very well before for them because of the Diva. But now that Asteroid's on the Zarya, Francis Howell has more offensive killing power, but they don't necessarily have the means to withstand a Grav Molten Core. So they'll have to stop that from happening if they want a full hold.
Zero's going to use the Riptire, not find anything. He'll get sniped out by Yoda. So once again, CBC has lost a member, and we'll see how long they want to take this fight. They're just right now being alt batteries for Francis Howell. There's an Eclipse and an Ant Matrix that come out. A huge Maywall tries to slow it down from Marble. Fitch is going to pick up a double kill. Joe gets 1 more. Asteroid will fall as well. Cobalt goes down. Shouldn't be enough time for them to fully cap, though. They'll get 1 tick. They'll get a 2nd tick. Great shatter from Joe. Unfortunately, 1 member snuck on, but it was just enough, and we're heading into overtime.
That shatter is what won them that fight. Absolutely there. Joe, you just gave your team that fight because they were coming in from that left side with at least 3 members.
Yep.
Just because of respawn times. They were coming in with at least 3 members, and there was a 4th on the way, and there was a 4th getting there at the same time. So they were coming to the point, 5v4, with their 5th and 6th coming much quicker than CBC High School's 6th would have came. So they would have had the numbers advantage, and they would have gotten there for the full contest, except Joe's like, I shatter. You're done. And so I actually think that was a little bit of this is a super micro, really, really high level thing, but I think that was actually something that Flump should have been more ready for, is them shattering everybody out the left side, because especially if you're running to the point with 3 or 4 people behind you, you really need to be prepared to block that shatter. And they had a touch on the right side. There was no reason for Flump to immediately use the charge out there. So he definitely should have blocked that shatter, and they would have won the fight. But that's a super micro,
you don't expect the shatter to be available. You're just thinking, how do I get on the point? How do I recontest it?
Exactly. And so they would have held that longer if they had had that thinking where they're like, I'm walking onto the point into a shatter.
We'll see what happens here in overtime. CBC looking to come back and force us to a Game 5 after going down 2-0. Francis Howell looking to try and finish this one off and not be too worried about choking away that 2-0 lead. And that's a great way to start, as Yoda's going to get a pick onto Logan Monty. Only a minute left in overtime, so they've got to choose these battles carefully. Zero's going to retreat for the health pack. They're going to take the fight right to the point. Zero's going to get taken out by Yoda. That could open things up. Yoda being the carry we saw earlier in the night. Can he do enough? Immortality Field will come down on several low health members of CBC. He gets taken out. There goes Joe 45. Eclipse going to try and get away, but he's on the wrong side of a May wall. He will fall as well. And Francis Howell might be able to turn this in to a 2-point here in overtime, depending on how quick they can move. And you always talk about it, D'Angelo, on how snowbally 2CP could be.
Absolutely. CBC High School, Joe's going to have to come in with a massive shatter, just like he got at the end of last round, if they want to do this. Because their Ant Matrix, they don't have it in time for them to complete, like they get to walk through mid. But they killed their Reinhardt, so this push is done.
Yeah, that was the two-man shatter you were talking about from Joe. He pulls it off perfectly, and the Ant Matrix comes out as well. If you're Francis Howell and you can get there in time, you are looking at a shatter and most likely a grab onto CBC. But the question is, can they get there in 20 seconds? I mean, you have Yoda. Maybe you can go for a sneaky backdoor just to try and contest. There's the grab that's going to come out, not on the point. Joe's shield will hold the whole time. Immortality Field will be used. Eclipse going to use his own grab to try and stall out time. But Yoda comes in from the back line to try and save his team. 4 members down on both sides. It's Yoda and Marvel versus Joe and Logan. Unfortunately for Francis Howell, CBC is going to have defender respawn advantage. All of that for nothing, so they will stall out, but still going to be a lot of pressure on CBC to try and get this one cap.
Yoda should not feel bad about that at all, because he literally handed his team first point, and then
almost handed him second point.
He almost got them at least a tick second point just with that duplicate. First point was actually really nice because he noticed that the Ashe was threatened enough that she had to go get a health pack because she wasn't getting healed for whatever reason. So he was just able to take the high ground for free and murder their Ashe, and then there was nothing that CBC could do against that Echo on the high ground, and at that point it's just a matter of time, and it really didn't take Yoda much to just eat through the rest of their team. We saw a grab that was not followed up on well on Francis Howell's attack there. It was a good grab. They had important people in there. It just wasn't followed up on, and those kills weren't gotten, and so they didn't really get the value out of that ultimate. And then they got the shatter. It didn't come down to Baptiste Ant Matrix. It was the shatter, just like I said it was going to be, and Joe definitely outriding Flump on that one at least.
Yeah, CBC's been the better team in the last 2 maps. We'll see if they can do it here at overtime. It's a state championship of the Missouri High School Esports Association. Francis Howell right now on match point. If they get the hold in overtime, they will win. Don't forget, NECC action for Boise State right around the corner. The orange team right after this, the blue team coming up in a couple of hours. But first we got to declare a winner here. Great Maywall from Marvel, going to be able to stall off the time. Zero's going to get taken out as Yoda realizes this is his moment. Asteroid gets another one as well. And if you're CBC, you're most likely better to retreat here as Joe 45 goes down and they're starting to bleed out of time.
Fight win goes to that Maywall.
Yeah, oh, huge.
There is no CBC, there is no reason that they should be pushing that left side, especially now that, I mean, okay, they really should have been expecting the May because Marvel hasn't swapped off May the entire time. But especially now that the May has showed you exactly how unfortunate it is that you push left. And look at that, they're pushing right, Fish. There we go.
Well, this is their last hope. 35 seconds left. They've got to be able to get a point here to keep this alive.
That's bad.
And Fitch's going down is definitely not good. Coalescence or Cobalt going to come out. There's still a duplicate on Yoda whenever he wants to use it. Joe's going to land a 2-man shatter, make it 3-man, but everyone's going to be able to survive. Yoda had it, couldn't get the Q off in time. There is a grab that's going to come out from Eclipse. Logan Monty's going to pick up a pair. Flump's going to throw down a shatter of his own, but it's not going to be in time. Time ticking down, but CBC should be able to hop onto the point. We'll see how long Francis Howell can buy out with their respawns coming. They're going to have a chance for a recontest here.
Scrappy, if at all.
They're not going to get it, so now it's 28 seconds for CBC to potentially win this.
It's going to come down to the Baptiste Ant Matrix in the early fight, but then after that, it's going to come down to the Molten Core, and we're probably not going to see a grab unless Eclipse just like absolutely pops off and goes nuts. So we want to watch the Ant Matrix early fight and then Molten Core to try to win it, and it's not looking likely against Francis Howell's ultimates.
And there's a grab that's going to come out from Asteroid. Double sound barrier committed by both sides. The Ant Matrix using Fidgets as well. Marble the first one to fall with that Molten Core. This could actually be a chance for CBC.
Oh boy.
They have the Riptire as well to start and kill some of the respawns. That's exactly what Zero's going to do. He's going to get it onto Asteroid. No contest here for Francis Howell. Flump's going to come charging in at the last moment. Yoda's there as well. Right now they're just trying to buy some time. Marble and the Cryo Fee's doing just that, but it's not going to matter. CBC going to cleanly force us here to a game number 5 in overtime.
And honestly, with their comeback, the past couple of maps, I didn't really expect anything else, and I'm very proud of CBC, and CBC should be very proud of themselves because they got rolled the first couple of maps, but here we are reverse sweeping. So regardless of who wins or loses, CBC grew much more than Francis Howell has, and they should be very proud of that.
And speaking of that, the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of Boise State Esports. The top plays, which we've had a ton of that we see at the end of every night, are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. A thrilling Missouri High School Esports Association state championship between Francis Howell and CBC. I think you're right, D'Angelo. CBC has definitely been the better team in terms of growing and adapting. And we'll see what happens in Game 5. We're back to control. It's winner takes all. First two to Francis Howell. CBC on the cusp of a reverse sweep. And I'll be really curious to see how this goes because it feels like as soon as they realized that Ryan Zarya was to play, CBC has not lost at all.
Absolutely. I mean, I said when they were getting rolled that it's not necessarily that Joe was getting like massively outrhined by Flump. They just didn't have the main tank off tank corporate in cooperation that was really helping Flump out. And actually, now that we've seen some of that Ryan Zarya coming out, Joe's won the Ryan v Ryan more often than not with really impressive shatters. And I don't think Flump's been entirely ready for it these past couple maps.
Well, Joe's going to get the first kill onto Forrest to kick things off here on Control. And the other thing that does not want to be understated is that Zero has not lost since he subbed in. Marble's able to get Joe, so there's no Reinhardt on the side of Francis Howell, but looks like the point should start with CBC. It's a great contest with the Cryo Freeze from Marble. He's going to use a May Wall as well, but it's still going to be CBC who gets it first. Francis Howell still wants to pressure, though. They're really close to that shatter. 95% for Flump. He's going to beat Joe by a long shot. Can he throw it down around the shield is the question. There's an Ant Matrix from Fidgets. Going to use the Moira ult as well. The Coalescence from Cobalt comes out, but nobody has fallen. It's just an immortality field in the kill feed. There's the two-man shatter from Flump, but there's no punish. Both DPS don't even lose a single point of HP for the side of CBC. Eclipse has the grab available as he gets a great pick onto Yoda. Right now, this point is building up for CBC, already up to 31%. Maywall this time defensively used by Marble. Exclusivity has the rally as well. Joe Shatter not finding anything. Now Cobalt Astra going to get run down. Francis Howell just wants to try and reset.
And that was 42% in one fight. And I will say that CBC High School, so initially when your Ryan pops up in the kill feed as for a Lucio trade, that's usually pretty bad, right? You usually think, oh, they're totally going to lose that fight because they traded Joe for Forrest, and that's not usually a worthwhile trade. But then you realize that they're pushing onto a Junkrat on the high ground. So Zero really just enabled them. He didn't let Francis Howell get on the point, and that was great.
Grab into grab. There's a Deadeye and a Molten Core, but it's a great job by Forrest with the sound barrier to keep his team alive through those ultimates. They're able to wipe up CBC. Zero's the last one alive, but he will go down. He'll take out Marble at the very end, but Francis Howell's going to flip that point with a great ultimate combination.
And they still gave up 70% though, so CBC's got a really good chance to take this back. Especially since CBC, their comp is more geared towards attacking. Because they have that Brig instead of that Lucio, the Reinhardt is getting a lot more support than Flump. I mean, she's a Squire, there's a they play well together. But Francis Howell also has the Mei, so it's not really like too far apart.
Another Ant Matrix from Fidgets. There's a great Mei wall. Stops at least a portion of it before it gets melted through. It looks like Francis Howell's been able to wait out that entire wall. Shatter from Flump, it's going to go right into his shield. Riptire is going to come out from Zero, but not find anything. Francis Howell's health bar is low enough that the Coalescence is used by Cobalt. Yoda gets a great pick onto Eclipse. A Shatter from Joe's able to take down one. He gets a second one onto Yoda. Now Cobalt will fall. It's 3 members down on each side.
Yikes.
And it's Joe who's making himself the carry for CBC. He's going to make it 4 kills in that fight. And now it's last fight for Francis Howell.
Joe says, get in the backpack, boys. Let's go. I don't care if my Zarya's dead. I'm going to shatter their team, murder their Reinhardt, and save this point. Let's go. Joe wants to win.
Brow freeze contest from Marble. Yoda's going to get evaporated as will Marble. There is another Ant Matrix that comes out. Asteroid going to try and use the grab, but it's not going to do anything for Francis Howell. Overtime will run out, and CBC is 1 map away from a reverse sweep in the state championship.
And reverse sweeps are the most glorious thing to watch. Like, because you see a team get rolled twice, and then you're like, oh my gosh, they're actually going to win this. Wait a sec. They win the first map, and you're like, oh, this is a fluke, whatever. They win the second map, and then you're like,
oh, wait.
Oh, wait. And then if they win the third map, you're like, oh, man, everybody loves an underdog story. Oh, let's go. I will say, poor Fitzish, he has not gotten a great amount of value out of almost any amplification matrix he's put down. And a lot of that is because Marble just keeps walling them.
Yeah, Marble's just existed at this point to wall off Fidgets' windows.
But
I mean,
that's
he's
like
had
all
a
he
couple good
does.
blizzards, but for the most part, it's Ant Matrix comes down, wall goes up. Ant Matrix comes down. I mean, because Fidgets has done a really, really good job of building the Ant Matrix quickly. The problem is wall has a much shorter cooldown, and Zero is going to get hit to half health immediately. Francis Howell now the ones on match point. Didn't think he'd be saying that after how the first 2 maps went. As Yoda's able to teleport in and get those turrets chugging. CBC walks right into that and they'll retreat. Great immortality field for Fitch is going to keep Joe alive. And Zero gets a huge pick onto Marble. Could open things up for the Ant Matrix if Fitches can get there quick enough. Flump going to be the next one taken out. Double kill for Eclipse, and just like that, CBC has run through Francis Howell, and that 15% isn't going to mean anything as they'll flip the point.
Marble lost that fight for his team. So the Junkrat was spamming that way, like, for most of the fight, and they didn't adapt to that, and Marble died. And now they have to swap off the sim, and more importantly than that, give up the amazing defensive point that they had. Honestly, they got their sim on the point, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way CDC is going to be able to do this. But then Marble died, and they just walked in, and good job. Good job, CBC.
Francis Howell does at least swap off the Symmetra, something that CBC did not do. Shatter comes out from Joe, not going to find anything. Flump will do the same thing. And both Shatters will find air as the only ult available. There is an Ant Matrix down. Didn't see Marble wall it off, but we'll assume he did as he's done all game. He's able to take down the turret, and fourth, he'll pick up exclusivity. There's a great grab that's going to come out from Eclipse. Unfortunately, Marble once again with a huge Mei wall to block it. Now Asteroid's going to use his own grab. He's able to pick up a pair. Logan Monty going to have that Molten Core. He'll hold on to it. Exclusivity going to respawn, but that's a great job by Francis Howell. This is how, at one point, we thought they were going to run away with this.
Marble didn't pop up in the kill feed a lot, but he won that fight for his team. He said, my bad, guys. Sorry. I gave them that fight, so I'll give us this fight. Marble's done a really good job of denying them ultimates, and now CBC's walking into Blizzard.
They're going to walk right into that Blizzard as you called it, D'Angelo. Bob's going to join in as well. Joe's the first one to go down. Exclusivity wants to join him. Eclipse will as well. CBC is going to fall back and right into that Blizzard. They had no idea, and that was Marvel's time to shine.
They probably didn't need that Bob there, and that probably will cost them because most of Flump's Shatter. So normally Shatter is an ultimate that you can win a fight against, but the way things have been trending between Flump and Joe, I do actually think that there's a good chance that that Shatter is going to get blocked, and I don't think Asteroid will have a backup grab charged. If he does, that's a different story. But I think things are pretty scary here because they used Bob last fight and they didn't necessarily need to.
Joe Shatter's going to land on to 3. Sound Barrier comes out from Forest. Flump Shatter not going to find anything. But it's Francis Howell that's still winning. They'll lose Cobalt with the trade off for Exclusivity and Joe. Logan Monty will go down as well, opting not to use that Molten Core on the 3-man Shatter. Zero will fall as well, and Francis Howell, they're one fight away from forwarding us to the penultimate map of map 3 on game 5.
Which, I mean, that's the best way for things to go, isn't it? You play the maximum amount of maps, both teams going back and forth. However, CBC does still have a shot here. I will say that longevity there really let Joe down, not Molten Coring into the Shatter. But he has a shot.
Well, I think there goes CBC's chance. It was a great grab by Asteroid.
Absolutely.
And we're going to map number 3. It's a winner-take-all here in the state championship of the Missouri High School Esports Association. Fish and D'Angelo calling what at one point looked like a clean Francis Howell win. Transitioned over to, okay, CBC's going to roll here on game 5. And now it's winner-take-all. And Flump and Joe, whoever hits the bigger Shatter, probably going to be able to carry their team to victory.
And it has, for the most part, been Joe with those Shatters. When it comes down to, like, the Ryan v. Ryan, now that both of them have competent, like, really good off-tanks that are working with them, for the most part, Joe gets more value out of his Shatters. I will say that that last fight loss that they had, where Joe shattered 3 of them, I will say that that was kind of because the Torb didn't follow up on the ultimate there. They didn't wombo combo, and that's kind of unfortunate, but that lost them that fight.
That was interesting for Logan Monty not to use the Molten Core when it was available when Joe picked up the 3-man Shatter. So we'll have to see. As we said, it's winner-take-all here on map 3 of game 5 in the state championship between CBC and Francis Howell. Turret's the first one to fall as CBC takes a long way onto the point. Actually going to get a sneaky little cap onto Francis Howell, but at what cost? The Zero is going to be the first one taken down. Great job line of sighting a lot of this damage by the members of Francis Howell, but Zero's close to respawning and turning this into a 6v6 as the point ramps up towards 15%. Joe's going to be the next one to fall. Now without your tank, things look dim for CBC. Fitch is going to get just laser beamed down. Logan Monty will fall as well. Francis Howell takes a slow fight, but they're going to win it. They'll put the point at 23%.
That cap was a nice little thing. It got them 25%, but having the Junkrat on the low ground shooting into a team behind cover is not how Junkrat is going to get the most value. So I understand why they did that, because they wanted the percentage and they wanted to be able to get those eliminations. But Francis Howell just did a really good job of line of sighting their Junkrat and not letting them spam him down like they did first point.
Coalescence comes out from Cobalt. Amp Matrix available from Fitches, but Marble's done a really good job Maywalling all of those off, and he has the Blizzard as well, and Bob could join the fight at any time, and both Shatters are up. So we'll see which Reinhardt blinks first. They're going to catch Joe on the wrong side of the wall, try and burst him down. Shatter comes out from Joe, going to land onto 2. Brawl's going to use the Blizzard. The teams will trade 1 for 1 as the Blizzard gets a huge 3-man freeze, but Zero's popping off. Gets another kill. There's a huge grab from Asteroid to try and help save this for Francis Howell. Looks like he's going to do that. They'll pick up 2. And it looks like CBC came oh so close, but Joe getting caught on the wrong side of the wall set in too much panic for them to recover.
Oh yes, absolutely. Bad idea. When your Ryan is on the other side of the wall, that's a really unfortunate time. And sometimes it's the Ryan's fault if there's a May. Sometimes it's his team's fault for not pushing up with him. I will definitely say that that one was probably him there. He was definitely completely by himself and there was no one able to assist him. And I think that's probably going to cost them because they're walking... I mean, they're not necessarily walking into... They'll have to be careful about the Shatter, but really CBC has a massive ultimate advantage in this fight, especially if they combo Molten Core with Grav.
Right now, CBC taking the long way around. They got to realize time is of the essence. And Immortality Field's going to be used, but Joe will fall before the fight can start. So will Logan Monty. Molten Core on cooldown might be how CBC's chances at a state title will end. That Clip's going to throw out the last second desperation grab. Is it going to be enough for us with the great sound barrier should prevent it? CBC's going to have to try and keep running in to contest this point, but I don't think they're going to make it. A great Maywall. Joe's going to jump over it. He gets taken out, does reset overtime. There's the Molten Core from Logan Monty, but way too late. And there is a grab that comes out from Asteroid. Logan Monty actually did pick up 2 with that Molten Core. It was about as well as he could draw it up in that situation. Stall continuing to come out, but right now it's just padding the stats for Francis Howell as they're just taking them down one by one, and Francis Howell will pick up the victory and the state title. It's a great job by Francis Howell, rallying the troops on control, going from match pointing CBC to being on match point. And they end it in a fashion that I'm sure they will love. But Logan Monty and the rest of CBC are going to think what could have been with Molten Core on cooldown in the last 2 maps when they needed it the most.
Oh, yes, absolutely. In combination with other ultimates that would have basically guaranteed them a fight win. Because while Beat can negate a lot of damage, it can't really... It's designed to negate the damage of one ult, really.
Yep.
So it's not going to be enough to negate Grav Molten Core. And we saw that. We saw an absolute team wipe, even with a beat. And so things would have been much different there if they had actually used the Molten Core.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Francis Howell, not letting Tilt get to them. They are the Missouri High School Esports Association state champions, but we are not done, not by a long shot yet. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back for our NECC doubleheader for Boise State. It's the orange team first and the blue team, and it's all coming up right after this.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Legendary parts for legendary wins. NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. It's time for our Boise State doubleheader in NECC. Starting off with the Boise State Orange team. Then it'll take a little bit of a break, depending on how long it goes. We never know, D'Angelo. We thought that was going to be a 3-0 in the state championship, and it quickly went max maps. And then we'll have the blue team later on tonight. But right now, it's Boise State Orange versus Johnson and Wales. This one taking place today, though, unlike that one. So we do have the new patch that had some interesting changes in it to the tank meta, D'Angelo. I know you were excited about that.
Oh boy, I'm excited because I don't have to play tank. So let me give you the real quick what happened.
Okay.
Orisa, she can't be critically hit when she's fortifying anymore, Fish. That's the biggest one. The other big one that's probably got ball players pretty upset is his knockback has been reduced to 25%. So a good ball player can't literally send you across the map, which, I mean,
That's nice for everyone else.
Squishies are probably really happy about that,
Yeah.
but ball players are really sad. Winston also got a pretty big change. His health and armor was redistributed. Basically, he got 50 more armor, which is a big deal because it makes him more resistant to burst damage. And we see a lot of times, usually because of a poorly planned dive, a Winston just gets melted.
Yep.
And so this should make that a little bit less likely to happen, but in most cases where a Winston just gets absolutely bodied, he usually shouldn't have been there in the first place. And 50 armor won't necessarily change that against jumping into a whole team solo. But the really big one, especially for Boise State Orange, is the Orisa change. Because Boise State Orange Fish is a team that likes to run rush.
Yep.
And now that Orisa can't be critically hit, she's just like a face tank for burst damage. And so it used to be that if anybody got on top of Orisa, that's a really bad plan. Like, oh no, it's over for Orisa. But now that she can't be headshot, I predict some pretty big changes to the way people are able to play Orisa. It makes her more viable in a number of different situations, whereas beforehand, if you were playing Orisa close to the enemy team, you're throwing. Like, basically, you're throwing or you're in a really bad position where you have nothing else to do.
Yeah.
But now it's actually somewhat more viable to have her front lining like that, to have her like, she doesn't always have to play the distance game. So this is really cool for Orisa and probably really good for the Boise State Orange team. They might use Orisa as a rush character. They might work her into their rush comps where they just run into the enemy team, which is something that I thought I would never see. Fish, like, really?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely, it was a very interesting change to immune to critically hits just in general for the Fortified, gives it a ton of power. You see some last-minute coaching there for the Orange team before they hop into their NECC match against Johnson and Wales. Of course, the other change more of a smoothing out, if you will, but Reaper losing some close range damage, but gaining some medium range damage, if you will. So in the long run, you probably won't really see much of a change, if anything, but something to keep an eye on. Maybe if a Reaper hops right on top of a Winston, he'll not only survive because of his change, but also the Reaper change as well. But like we said, it's Boise State Orange versus Johnson and Wales here in the NECC. This is a tournament that Boise State in the fall, the blue team made it all the way to the championship in. So definitely something Boise State is expected to do well in. We'll see that blue team later tonight. But right now, for the Orange team, really solid performance by then. I think it was top 4 or top 8 in NECC in the fall, and I'm sure they're trying to follow that up with Icy, Quidgeable, Modern Frost, Narbles, Beanie Bum, and Pleb, the same major roster that got them there, taking on Johnson and Wales. You see Shinobi, Ceratal, Robe, Falcon, Nico, and Lermont here as we get ready to go into game number 1.
And Icy, Quidgeable, Modern Frost, Narbles, Beanie Bum, Pleb really is the dream team for Orange team. They come a couple hours before every single scrim. They come a couple hours every single scrim, and they not only VOD review together, like as a team-guided thing, but they also practice together. And they practice together outside of that. And a lot of them are not only my personal friends, but friends with each other. So they really just work well together. And we've seen some massive SR gains this year from them working together and from the players helping each other get better. I know Beanie Bum is up at least 1,000 SR. Like, he's in Masters now, and that's absolutely amazing. And Icy, who's someone who was kind of like beating his head against the Masters wall for a good little bit, was able to learn a lot from Quidgeable and Narbles and Pleb and finally make that final push into solidly Masters. So they've really grown a lot as a team together and have done some amazing things together. So that really is the dream team for Orange, and I'm really excited to see them play this map.
Yeah, I mean, and just being together helps a ton. I mean,
yes.
This is one of the few times for Boise, or a lot of the Boise State teams, League of Legends, Overwatch, and Rocket League, where it has been, like, it is the same roster almost across the board from fall to spring. I mean, things happen for college students. Some people don't always just graduate in the spring, so that's something to keep an eye on for esports teams. But this time, everyone's together, and I mean, you mentioned it. I mean, the continuity, the ability to solo queue outside, or I guess not solo queue, but queue together outside definitely helps. And we'll see how that does, as right now, there's no Orisa, though, D'Angelo, so all your excitement was for nothing. We'll see how fast Icy dies, or if he dies slower.
I don't know what you're talking about. Icy is immortal? What do you mean? Boise State is running something that I didn't necessarily expect from them. However, I do know that Frost is very comfortable on Sombra, and I do know that Quidgeable is like a diva god. So I'm not really surprised to see them running these heroes, but I am a little bit surprised that complete dive is what they have gone for here, especially with a Reaper and a Moira. That'll be interesting.
Somebody check the clock, please. Check the date, because this feels like we're watching Boise State Orange in the fall. This is the comp they love to run, especially when that Sombra Reaper was incredibly powerful. So we'll see how it works out for them, as Icy's going to jump right in. Thought he didn't die. He melts. So much for the armor reclassification. Quidgeable's going to take down Shinobi, but he'll lose the mech and his life as well. And Boise State just dove headfirst into a swimming pool that was pure concrete.
They dove headfirst into Discord Echo Beam. And because that Mercy got that res, Quidgeable's consolation prize of the kill on the McCree was not even a thing. So I am confident Boise State's sitting here. All right, let's not do that again. I didn't think they had us in. Oops.
Yeah, that was a poor start for Boise State. We'll see if they can turn it around this time. It is Johnson and Wales that are the aggressors. Frost is going to be taken out, and that's once again another great fight start for the side of Johnson and Wales. As we see, the Valkyrie is going to be used there by Ceratal. No one else taking low. Pleb's going to commit the Coalescence. There's a Primal Rage from Falcon. As Icy with the Orb of Discord has to retreat for a brief moment. Nico's going to throw out the grab. Icy's going to hop right back into it. Barely survive, but Narbles has been taken out, so there's no DBS on the table for Boise State. Quidgeable once again will lose his life, and now the Broncos going to probably try and retreat here. Icy trying for that once again, a consolation prize. He's not going to find it, and things go from bad to worse for Boise State.
No, he was just trying to charge his ult. So you think things went from bad to worse, and I mean, in some ways they definitely did. But Boise State is now sitting on almost 5 ultimates that they were able to get out of that fight. And honestly, they probably shouldn't have committed to the fight after the Mercy used Val, because they were already down one because they've also charged a lot of Johnson and Wales ults.
Well, how about a 4-man EMP to kick things off? Frost back in his old form. Deadeye from Shinobi gets 1. The teams have traded 1 for 1 across the board. Boise State has to get on the point, though, as Johnson and Wales, the Wildcats, already up to 75%. Primal Rage does come out for Icy. Does get the knock off the wall onto Rogue, who had used the duplicate, so he was unable to fly. Sertle's going to get hacked, not going to be able to fly away either. And Boise State very close to flipping. It's a Primal Rage from Falcon coming out once again. He's going to get that bonus health, but he will go down. There's a contest coming out from Shinobi, who's flipped over to the Tracer. That's going to get Beanie Bum Sound Barrier out. Not what you wanted, but Boise State will flip it, at least for now.
That Beanie Bum Sound Barrier might cost them a fight, especially with the Graviton coming up. And they still have Tranquility. And Frost is 62 to his next EMP. So it is likely that he will be able to charge his EMP before next fight, just because of what I've seen of Frost. But they need to be really careful. Oh, Trank is out, too.
Yeah, there might only be one more fight for Boise State, though. The Trank and the Valk come out. Narble's going to use the Deadeye. Find 1 onto Shinobi. Quidgible in the Baby Diva form, trying to contest at the point. It's flipped over to Johnson and Wales. It is overtime for Boise State right now. Frost barely gets on the point. He's not going to get the EMP, though, as a grab comes out from Nico to just hold Boise State there. Narble's not able to get there. You see Icy come flying in on that Wrecking Ball. Not able to knock everyone off the point with the recent changes, but Boise State just purely in stall mode at this point. And Johnson and Wales going to pick up a first map victory here in the NECC.
A first map victory mostly based on the use of ultimates, I think. Boise State had some really good ultimate usage. For example, Frost hacked the Zen, so the Zen wasn't able to Tranquility their massive EMP. But also on the side of Boise State, we had a little bit of a misuse of the beat there, and I do think that would have enabled us to not only sustain, but probably win, because especially the Trank was out, and EMP was literally 1% off from being charged at that point.
Yeah, solo beating the Tracer probably cost Boise State.
Absolutely. I think whatever loss you would have had to have taken from that pulse bomb, you could have taxied them back and things would have been better than using the beat. But Boise State's a learning team, so we're probably not going to see that again.
I don't think we'll see Icy dive right into the enemies and immediately get obliterated. Falcon has gone on the Roadhog. Gets a huge hook onto Beanie Bum, but there's no follow-up for Johnson and Wales, and Boise State's able to just press the trigger down.
Oh boy.
Shinobi does get the first pick onto Narbles, and now Quidgible's going to lose the mech, but Boise State takes down Capital and Falcon. Quidgible not able to Baby Diva hard enough, but Johnson and Wales definitely felt like they were on the back foot for a moment. And now Nico's going to pick down Icy. And once again, Boise State's first fight does not go their way. This one a little bit better. Can Pleb get the feel-good kill? No, he cannot.
No, he cannot. Shinobi almost got Baby Diva, and so I would say that that is a positive that came out of that fight. Also, on the side of Quidgible doing amazing things, that initial hook onto Beanie Bum, it's not that there wasn't follow-up, it's that there was a defense matrix to eat all of it and prevent Beanie Bum from dying, which is absolutely amazing on Quidgible's part, because that single hook pick onto your Lucio would have lost you the fight. And now we see Quidgible swapping onto the Zarya and Icy onto the Reinhardt, which is something that they've both practiced a lot of. And even though Quidgible's an amazing diva, I do think he will get more value on the Zarya, especially against their current comp.
Robe has the duplicate available. You also have the Deadeye and the Valk. You see Frost about 20% away from his EMP, just chilling out right now. Nobody knows he's there. Trying to find a hack onto somebody. Can't hack Nico in time, though, so the grab goes out. That's what he was looking for. Boise State still takes him down. They'll trade 1 for 1 as Narbles falls. The shatter from Rogue with the duplicate comes out. Doesn't land onto anyone. Nice hack onto Sertle without Valk. Going to ground the Mercy for a second. Rogue's going to get another shatter. This one lands onto Beanie Bum and Icy. Neither of them will go down. Quidgible with the self-destruct. And Rogue takes down Icy as well. And unfortunate for Boise State, the blame probably just falls on Frost, who was about 2 seconds too late with the hack.
Things are looking pretty scary for Boise State in terms of 75%, but in terms of ultimate economy, things are looking pretty good. They will need to watch out for the whole hog. Probably the nano whole hog, but we do have the ability to EMP on the engage and prevent them from being able to use any of that in the first place.
That's a nice sleep dart onto Frost, though.
Boy.
Well, that's going to stop it for now. Nano is up for Capital as Nico and Beanie Bum will get traded out. Hook's going to miss by Falcon, so he's going to have to retreat. Boise State's in overtime. There's the Nano. There's the whole hog. Frost got taken out before he could EMP. And unfortunately, that Sombra not finding much value from Boise State outside one flashy play. The Broncos once again in stall mode, and I don't think it's going to go much better than the last map as Icy comes swinging around and crashing down. Beanie Bum going to get stunned up, trying to wall ride just to buy time. There's a revive onto Robe, and I think that's going to spell it for Boise State as overtime is going to tick down. Looks like they're trying to contest. Beanie Bum will fall. There's the 5-man ultimate you wanted if you're Frost, but it's too little too late for Boise State as he will get taken out as well. Twitchable gets hooked in, Baby Devil form activated. Can he find a kill onto anyone? The answer is no, and overtime finally ticks down on Boise State as Johnson and Wales able to pick up control win here in the NECC.
Boise State was having an unfortunate time with their ultimates, particularly on those DPS ultimates, because DPS ultimates tend to be the highest impact.
The Idaho Army National Guard, proud supporter of Boise State Esports and the providers of the top plays at the end of the night, invite you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. And yeah, for Boise State, it just felt like they never really had a complete fight. I mean, we saw Frost just barely not get the hack off in time and then died with the EMP when they probably needed it most.
Yes, they definitely needed that EMP hugely. And I will also say that Narbles was probably not getting a ton of value onto the Reaper. I think he would have gotten much more value. Narbles came to us initially as a flex player. Both Narbles and Pleb did fish. And so I know that there are other heroes that he is capable of playing to a much greater effect than he was playing Reaper into that team just then, to be perfectly honest. So I would like to see some swaps from Boise State going into these next couple of maps fish, but who knows whether or not they'll actually do it.
Yeah, I think the biggest telling point may be the fact that I don't think we even saw a single Death Blossom come out. And if you're not getting Death Blossoms on the Reaper, especially with the changes, you can't gun down somebody as quickly, especially the Winston, who kind of got buffed against Reaper as Reaper lost damage, and that was a big reason why. So we'll see what changes Boise State wants to make heading into Game 2. It's Boise State Orange versus Johnson and Wales. We've got Boise State Blue coming up in about an hour from now. So hopefully the Orange team can rally and the Blue team can end it off for a 2-0 night for Boise State. But yeah, I think you're right. Comp probably needs maybe just a tad correction for Boise State. It feels like I said, it felt like we were watching a game from last semester. This was the one criticism a little bit of Orange team. When the meta did shift at the very end, they kept trying to do this somber Reaper, and it kind of got smashed by teams who had adjusted. So maybe they just got to say, you know what, it worked last semester. It's clearly not going to work this semester.
Yes, and we did see that from their tank lineup. Both Icy and Quidgeable made swaps that they believed would be better for that point. And the Zarya swap in particular was an amazing one because while Quidgeable was doing a great job on Diva, Diva was just not enough and just not the hero to pick there. And so that was actually a really good example of a really skilled person on a hero that they're good at. But it's just not enough because comp is important in Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, comp is important. Adjusting to the meta is important. That's why we get so many changes. Maybe we'll see the Orisa. It was something that you, D'Angelo, thought might come out. We're going to Kings Row next, and for now, Boise State has changed up, but they're going to leave the Orisa on the sidelines, and we'd also see, looks like a little bit of a swap here from Johnson and Wales as well in the red.
Boise State Orange is a team that is somewhat slow to adjust, particularly to meta changes. So I wouldn't have been surprised if they pulled out Orisa in a rush comp, but I'm also not surprised to see them going with the tried and true Reinhardt Zarya, especially on Kings Row of all maps, because this is definitely a map where you usually want to run Reinhardt.
Yeah, Falcon hopping around a little bit, eventually settles on the Reinhardt, so we'll have the Reinhardt-Zarya mirror matchup, if you will. Shinobi going to be on that Widowmaker, as well as Robe once again on that Echo, getting boosted from Sertle. So that's going to be a ton of damage. Boise State has to make sure they're constantly aware of where those two are. Frost and Narbles do have the hit scan out if they want to deal with that aerial champion. As right now the team's just trading blows. Falcon the first one to go down. Great pick by Narbles. We'll see if Boise State can push the advantage. Shinobi's able to take down Frost. Narbles able to get him immediately. Icy gets slept, but he's able to retreat. And Boise State with a great fight win there, and they'll let Frost get back.
Falcon walked into the enemy team and there was not a bubble, and so he was absolutely melted. And because Izzy was still sitting pretty on a high health, doing an absolutely great job with his Zarya right there, they were able to win that.
There comes the Ant Matrix down from Pleb. Falcon once again incredibly low. Shield's gonna break. He's all by himself, and he will get taken out. Rogue gets the immortality field, but not much more for Johnson and Wales. Sertal gonna get melted from the sky. Rogue's able to get one. Shinobi will get one as well now on the Hanzo. Once again, Boise State has found a way to punish Falcon's dive every single time.
Every single time, except for this next little bit, because as Beanie Bum probably goes back to taxi them perhaps, they have to wait until both of their tanks get there for a contest, and things are not looking good because they're walking into 4 ultimates, almost 5 and 6 on the side of Johnson and Wales, and all they have is grab, almost strike, grab dragons.
Well, there's double grab gonna come out. Rogue's gonna duplicate, not find anything. Dragon comes out from Darbles, and they're gonna lose 2, and Boise State will be down 3, and that's gonna be enough for Johnson and Wales to capture the payload. The sound barrier came out as well. The Valk will be used to get a revive onto Shinobi. And the ult advantage that time leaning towards Johnson and Wales, and it's enough for the Wildcats to get the first point, and Narbles gets a minor victory at the very end.
I do actually think that more so than the ultimates there, I mean, they were going to win that fight without 5 ultimates anyway, so it was actually probably pretty good that they used 5 ultimates or 4 ultimates in that fight, because now they're down much more. But I think... So, to me, that point was lost when Quidgible died 3% away from grab on 100% charge. Because he wasn't able to get there in time, and then especially after Icy died, I was like, that's it. They have another scattered recontest at best. But now things are looking pretty good for Boise State.
There's a Deadeye into an Ant Matrix. Nano goes out onto Falcon. Boise State's going to lose Beanie Bum.
Oh, that's not good.
They're going to have to retreat. Icy has the Shatter. He's going to throw it down, lands it onto 4. Is there any follow-up for Boise State? Falcon goes down. Everyone else able to stay alive, but they're in full retreat mode. Shinobi gets a pick onto Quidgible, and the DPS for Johnson and Wales have done a great job punishing this Bronco tank line anytime they overextend. Capital and Frost do get traded out 1 for 1, but if Johnson and Wales is still pushing, Rogue's going to get the duplicate. A revive goes out onto Capital, and it's now full member advantage for Johnson and Wales. Icy incredibly low. There's the Dragon Strike. The Dragon Arrow going to come through from Narbles. Not going to find anything but break, duplicate from Rogue, and this should be second point for Johnson and Wales.
We're seeing something very interesting happen here. We're seeing, so kind of how last map, we talked a lot about the Reinhardt versus Zarya and whether or not which team would win that. We're seeing Icy, for the most part, we're seeing Falcon get outranked by Icy, for the most part.
Yep.
But Falcon usually has his, yeah, except there.
That's a 6-man chatter.
That's a 6-man chatter, and it's lots of people dead.
The Broncos did a better job than I expected recovering. They're going to have respawn advantage, so it's actually not going to be as punishing as it looked. Good news for them is the cart was so far back that Shatter just kind of got that cart around that corner, which can be a very hard corner to take. Falcon heard your words, D'Angelo. You caster cursed that one.
Yes, Falcon was very upset. I do think what we need to see from Quidgible is a little bit more respect from the DPS or a little bit more support for Quidgible, one of the two. I know at least when he got killed first point 3 from Grav, it was because he was overextended. But I don't necessarily think that his next death there was his fault. But a Reinhardt is not nearly as much as they should be or as they need to be without their Zarya, so we really need to keep both of them up.
Nice pick by Narbles to start it. It's going to be a grab from Quidgible. Dragon Strike from Narbles is going to come racing through the team. They'll take down Nico as the red goes out onto Shinobi. They nanoed Falcon, but they're not going to find any value from it. Nico does still have the grab, so Boise State has to be careful as there's plenty of time left, and they got to make sure they don't get picked here, and they're just going to retreat.
Someone stop that Mercy. She's gotten a res every single fight. Someone stop that Mercy. She's gotten some very important reses. A couple of them onto Falcon, which is huge.
Oh, that grab so perfect because Icy's not there for the shield. But the Deadeye gets 2 and a huge shatter comes out. Johnson and Wales over pursuing as soon as I saw the grab land. Shield barely goes up in time from Falcon. He has a shatter. He's not going to be able to use it. They're going to camp his corpse, and Sertal's not going to be able to find anything. Should be able to retreat to base of time. No. Beanie Bum able to snipe him at the last second, and Boise State once again stalled some time.
Beanie Bum transitions back into Beanie Babe territory as he kills that Mercy that I have been talking about, and they swap to Bat. One death in. That Mercy was getting a ton of value, and so I'm actually quite happy that they don't have that anymore. Now Boise State needs to watch out for that duplication, but I do think we are ready to deal with it, especially since we amped early, Fish.
We gotta watch out for Falcon as well. What can he do with the Shatter this time? Last time he hit it onto 6, and Boise State somehow survived. Narbles close to the Dragon Arrow as well. Rogue duplicates, immediately gets taken down, but a 4-man Shatter is the answer from Falcon. Boise State's gonna lose Icy and Quidgible. Beanie Bum will fall as well, so will Narbles, and now Boise State's gotta hope they can respawn in time. As the cart starts pushing, Johnson and Whale walks off for a second, but 5 members gonna make it move more than fast enough, and it was a great hold from Boise State, but there was just too much time on the clock, and Johnson and Wales will 3-cap with a minute and a half.
Absolutely. Falcon has kind of flipped the Reinhardt versus Reinhardt. Icy fell back to protect against the Echo Heart that was getting absolutely melted and forgot about Falcon on the front line, and that's what lost Boise State that point, especially because we were so close to Grav Dragons, which previously has been a fight-winning ultimate for us. A little bit less so probably because they have Baptiste, so we would have to be careful to kill that lamp. But that was really unfortunate when we got team shattered like that. That was definitely what lost us that thing. So, I mean, good on Falcon. You got a massive shatter, and so handed your team point 3. But with a minute and 37 seconds, I don't know that there's a ton Boise State Orange should be feeling bad about there.
No, I mean, that was a 3.5 minute hold as Johnson and his Wales to kind of run through the first 2 points pretty quickly. So it was a tall task to ask, and maybe if they survive that, you can see a place where they are able to hold. But we'll see what the Broncos can do. They can quick cap 1 and 2 and maybe get it a little bit faster on point 3. They would have the advantage heading into overtime here. It's game 2 between Boise State Orange and Johnson and Wales in the NECC Collegiate Overwatch week number 2. Right now the Broncos trailing 1 map to 0. We'll see. Doesn't look like many changes coming out for the Broncos, and Johnson and Wales going to follow suit, but it is Robe now on the Torbjorn this time, getting away from the Echo now that they're defending.
And Torbjorn is an amazing defense pick that will be just as scary, if not scarier, on defense. Kings Row, then Echo.
Boise State going to push right on through, going to use the statue as a line of sight to prevent as much damage as they can. Now they're going to full retreat. They want the high ground.
They want the high ground for Frost and Pleb Fish for the most part, and also just high ground is a nice thing to have, and especially to take it away from your enemies. And look at that! Look at what happens when you have the high ground.
Yeah, it was a great pick by Narbles. He's been doing that all game long on that Hanzo. We'll see if they can punish him. Sertle has respawned, but he's pretty far away. Will Boise State get the punish as Johnson and Wales has retreated, but now Falcon and Shinobi are caught in a very awkward spot. Falcon gets taken down. Immortality Field is used there by Pleb. It's going to be matched by Sertle as well, but Johnson and Wales goes running for the hills. It was a great job by Boise State sandwiching the tank and the DPS. Capital Falls as well. And Boise State, much like Johnson and Wales, going to quick cap point 1.
Yeah, so let's be real here, Fish. Their chances of holding that point were not looking very good when their main healer got killed. But then Boise State went in and split them.
Yep.
And then their tanks were completely separated from everybody else. And so they just divided and conquered and were able to quick cap. Now let's see if we can keep that going. Nico is leading the Graviton charge, so that is something to worry about. But Rose on Torb is not close enough to combo that with the Zarya Grav. So it'll just be a Grav as opposed to a Grav core, which we've seen completely dominate team fights.
Yeah, Boise State has the Grav Dragons available if they want to use it. Shatter's up as well. Falcon gets taken out, so it'll be a great opportunity for Boise State. Unfortunately, Robe trying to make up for the fact that he doesn't have the Molten Core, was trying to get cheeky on the point, so he's going to be able to buy some time for the rest of his team to get there. We'll see what Boise State wants to do with double Grav, double Shatter up on both teams.
They know that the Zarya is up there with Grav, and they'd like to kill her there. And Boise State Orange needs to be really, really careful not blowing all 4 of their ultimates in one place. It's unlikely, no, it's likely that Beanie Bum will be able to charge his ultimate before they Grav, but they did it just a second too soon.
There's the Grav, there's a 4-man Shatter comes out as well. Not much they could do. Falcon does get taken out, but Boise State walked right into that Grav. They held their own ultimate, so you can clearly see they were trying to bait it out, and they did just that. Actually, it was a 4-man stun grenade by Shinobi. Excuse me. No, it's not the grab. It's not the shatter. That'll, I mean, it works about as well as a 4-man shatter.
That was a nice job by Johnson and Wales with the grab. They were literally percentages ahead of Beanie Bum with the sound barrier. But also, Boise State Orange definitely could have ulted first there and not having... they didn't have to give that up. They had 4 ultimates, almost 5 and 6, and now they have 6. They didn't really have to give that up.
There's the grab that's going to come down. Falcon's going to shatter, keep his team alive. Dragon Strike comes through, but the Immortality Field going to keep everyone alive. Great job there by Sertle. 3-man shatter comes down from Icy. Narvel's going to pick up the pieces there. NECC barely alive. He will fall as well. Boise State does lose Frost and Icy in the process, but it should be enough to move this on to point number 2 and put the Broncos within striking distance. Oh, nice flick from Narbles onto Robe. Boise State 4 minutes and 24 seconds. They could easily go into overtime with double the time that Johnson and Wales has, but that's not going to help.
Now that they've used all 6 of their ultimates, and they're walking into quite a few from Johnson and Wales, things are not looking necessarily very good, especially with Narbles down as their main long-term DPS. They've been stalled from pushing the cart an extra couple of seconds until he respawns. And once they get to the cart, they'll have to watch out for an Amp Matrix, exactly like that.
Amp Matrix comes down. Looks like Boise State's going to just line of sight it, let it bleed out. There's almost a grab online for NECC at 94%. Boise State might be best suited here. Just take a dry fight, maybe get the grab dragon out of the way, and then come back with their own ultimate combination. As you can see, the dragon strike for Narbles is pretty close. There's the grab, there's the dragon that's going to come through. Great job by NECC taking out the Immortality Field right as it strikes. They're going to be able to wipe up Boise State. The rest of the Broncos retreating, but that's exactly what they wanted. They got 2 major ultimates out of the way.
I mean, yeah, you know you're going to lose the grab dragons fight. Like, unless you have some other contingency plan, or B, you expect to lose the grab dragons fight. We expected to lose that fight, and so now we're going in with still a slight ultimate disadvantage here because they have B for our grab dragons. So this is pretty significant, and we really need to pick on that Lucio if we want to be successful with that ultimate combo.
Shinobi's going to Deadeye. He's able to pick up 2. Boise State's going to lose Icy and Frost. Pleb does get one onto NECC, but it's a little too late for Boise State as he will fall as well, and they're going to retreat. And now NECC getting closer and closer to having that grab back, already at 55%.
And they're also very close to another dragon, so it looks like we're not quite going to repeat history, though, because Beanie Bum is 81% to his next beat, and so that makes it significantly more difficult to grab Dragon.
There's the grab for Boise State. Dragon's going to come out as well. It's a great sound barrier by Capital to keep some of them alive, but Boise State does enough damage to rip through most of them. As Shinobis will go down. It's a 5-piece for Boise State. Robe, the last one left alive, but much like we saw before, it's a 5-kill just to push the cart around this corner. We'll see what Boise State can do in the next fight. They win this cleanly. They should have a little bit of a time advantage going into overtime. If they don't, they might be a little bit behind. We'll have to see.
Watch Zarya. They need to watch the Zarya grab, and more importantly, Icy needs to block that shatter because we only have beat for one of them.
Shatter, both shatters are up, so both Ryan's under a ton of pressure. Icy gonna miss on his. Falcon's gonna land just onto Icy. He's gonna get out the sound barrier and the immortality field. Dragons will come through. But Boise State's going to be able to eat it. There's a grab from NECC, and that's going to be enough for Boise State to lose a couple of members, but the Broncos still holding strong. Both teams down to just 2, but now Robe's going to come through in the clutch, and it's a team kill for Johnson and Wales, and the Broncos are on to maybe their last fight, maybe their last 2.
Beanie only had beat for 1, and like you can't really expect much more from a Lucio than that. He was able to block the shatter, but couldn't block the follow-up grab, and the shatter got off because Icy's barrier was broken. So good job on Falcon coordinating with his team to break the barrier and then shatter. And now we kind of have to do something scrappy here. We're still 20% away from grab, but we do have dragons. We really need to grab before they get beat. This kind of just comes down to whether or not Quidjabel can land a successful grab that people can follow up on.
Or if a pick comes out from Johnson and Wales, as Beanie Bum goes down, Boise State's going to retreat. That's just going to buy time for Capital to get that sound barrier online. Quidjabel 3% away. It's going to come down to this. The grab's going to be up, so is the Dragon. The sound barrier is still 20% away, so Boise State can move quickly.
Here's
they
our
can pull
shot.
off the grab Dragons without having to worry about the sound barrier. There it is. Double Dragon's going to come out. Capital's going to get a boot off the edge, but Boise State's able to pick up 2. Sertal's going to use the Coalescence to get Icy, but Narvel's Dragon Strike hits him at the very last tick. Quidgeable now lasering on the back line. He kicks down Shinobi. Him and Nico dueling it out. Nico very close to the grab. He might be able to stall out for Boise State if he gets it up in time. The Broncos in overtime. There the grab comes out. Falcon's able to pick up a pair. And it looks like Boise State's going to come 2.04 meters away from forcing us into overtime. As there's Capital's sound barrier. Boise State not even in range. And at the very last second, in Nico's grab, that's going to win that one for Johnson and Wales.
Which is a little bit unfortunate to watch, Fish, to be perfectly honest, because we did a nice job with our own grab dragons. We did get a lot of kills, but then they just respawned, and we didn't kill the Zarya, who is the most important person to send back to spawn, and I think that's what cost Boise State that final King's Row point, Fish.
Don't forget the beatdown at Boise State's been going on all month long, and there's still 2 events left. Join Boise State's premier fighting event in Dragon Ball FighterZ this weekend, or Super Smash Bros. Ultimate to wrap up the month of February. It's a great place to test your skills against the Idaho fighting game community. Open brackets held online with an in-person final event hosted at Boise State University. If you want information and you want to get in for these last 2 events, you can register at smash.gg. The beatdown, Boise State, and the Broncos came also close to forcing us into overtime there. And I think the other big reason was Robe, even without grab in that last fight, picked up, I think, 1 and got enough to get a second with his own Dragon, and that was a big reason why Boise State grabbed Dragon, but they were still down 2.
Absolutely. We lost our McCree to a Lucio Boop, and that was a really, really big deal, but then they were able to pick up a couple more kills, and that just really didn't help things. And then either Quidgeable overextended or we didn't back him up properly against that Zarya. Really, it was either way. It kind of depends what was going on in the comms as to who was in the wrong there. But either way, Quidgeable was in deep, and people weren't there to help him. And so he was sitting there at like 100, 200 health, and then got grabbed.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, Rowe played really well. I mean, for switching off the Echo, which he played fantastically, and he kind of bounced around. The Torbjorn didn't work out very well, but the Hanzo did, and it was a great job by Johnson and Wales picking that up. That is not the end of it, though. NECC, a little bit different than sub-tournaments. We'll play 3 maps regardless, with the overall map score being a little bit more important than a team's record, so Boise State could still salvage a 1-2 night here if they're able to win the next map. This is a map Boise State has from time to time, D'Angelo, had quite a lot of success on.
It looks like they're not going for the close hold strategy, though, which is why one of the reasons that they love Havana and one of the reasons that they're amazing at Havana. They're actually the complete opposite of what they normally are known for doing on Havana, which is standing outside the enemy's spawn doors and holding them there for 5 minutes. Now they're an entirely long-range distance comp. So this is, and because Johnson and Wales has a Zarya, Zenyatta's Tranquility is going to be very important, but really, this is won or lost by who has the better distance DPS.
Well, you got your Orisa Rich. I don't think it was in the rush comp you were hoping for, though, D'Angelo, but we'll see if the Fortified changes pay off. The inability to be critically struck when Icy uses that Fortify. Which could be something of note is if you can bait out the Fortify, you can then combo Icy in that Gravitic Flux that Falcon has, so he does have to be very careful on when he commits it, and there it is right there, right on cue. Right now, Johnson and Wales is not really taking too much damage or really faced much opposition. They have just pushed this point the first 50 meters. Capital's going to get the first elimination. He'll melee down Quidgeable. And Boise State gets 1 headshot onto Falcon, but he barely survives with a nice barrier. Arbel's going to try and find some high ground, run into a pillar. He's
working on it.
Not going to make it there either. Unfortunate for him. Unfortunate that we caught it on camera as well. But right now, Johnson and Wales uncontested. Now they're going to be able to pick up 4 for Boise State. The whole time they were pushing the point, Narble's left alive at 7 HP, and that first fight, as long as it was, did not go well if you're a Boise State fan.
Absolutely not. Quidgeable and the rest of Boise State do not seem to be on the same page. Quidjibble often seems to be up further than the rest of the team. And while it's not necessarily a bad idea to not give up space like Quidjibble has been doing, you really need to make sure that the rest of your team is there with you, because there's not a ton that a solo Sigma can do, especially against a team of 6. So instead of coming down to who has the better range DPS, like normally this comes down to, this might just come down to how much space Boise State is willing to give up.
And Quidjibble gets taken out again. Frost finally picks up the first elimination for Boise State on this map. He's got to deal with Shinobi on the Widowmaker. He peeked around the corner and immediately realized his mistake. The Broncos do have some ultimates up, as well as Johnson and Whale. It's 3 aside, make it 4 for the side of the Wildcats, as Quidjibble and Shinobi will trade. Darvel's able to take down Shinobi, and we see our first signs of life for Boise State, as Darvel picks up a double kill. Potentially the Wildcats over pushing a little bit as the Dragon Strike from Narvel's able to pick up another one. He gets a 4-piece in the fight, and it's enough for Boise State to finally get some breathing room on this second point.
And now that they've pushed them off the point once, if we can push up right now and hold both of those doors, especially in sniper versus sniper comps, it's going to be really hard if we can win this next fight and push them out to the door for them to retake this. So that would be ideal situation for Boise State.
NECC gets picked with the grab, which is incredibly important for Boise State. Quidjibble's going to use the Gravitic Flux, smash down Robe, and he will be taken out, but Sturtle's going to be able to get that res on NECC, so the grab back up being a threat for Boise State. It's Capital playing this Zenyatta perfectly. Gets another elimination onto Frost. NECC now able to take out Quidjibble. Boise State starting to lose members. Should have a little bit better of a respawn, but NECC able to get 3 there, and Sturtle, the quiet MVP, that huge res, totally turned that fight for Johnson and Wales.
I don't know that quiet MVP is how I would describe Sturtle right now, honestly. I just think that Sturtle is doing an amazing job on Mercy, and somebody needs to stop her. Somebody needs to kill that Mercy, because while she's not pistol whipping and showing up in the kill feed, obviously, she's definitely rezzing somebody at least every fight. So Boise State, instead of having to go through 6 people, is having to go through 7 people.
So this time it's Shinobi's turn to pop off. He gets 2 in the head, and Boise State going to full retreat. Rogue gets 1 more, and the double snipers for Johnson and Wales proving to be very, very tricky for Boise State to deal with. They've got 1 last chance here. Johnson and Wales right now with plenty of time. 4 minutes as Falcon gets held down, pushing a little bit too far by himself. Frost might have Capital caught off, but he didn't quite see him. Unfortunately for Boise State, the cart's just still pushing. Capital, once again, this man is insane. Narbles and Quidjibble do get a pair for Boise State as the cart makes that final turn.
Someone stop their support line.
He's not even a support,
Capital
he's a 3rd DPS.
Listen, yes, somebody stop Johnson and Wales' support lineup. They are absolutely doing a phenomenal job, especially in this comp. Someone stop these mad people for the sake of Boise State.
Boise State survived the grab Dragons. Bob the only one to get taken out. Beanie Bum did use the Valkyrie though. Sturtle's going to commit his as well. As he does have the superchargers. Quidjibble's able to pick up a pair. Do see the infrared sight come out. Huge headshot there from Frost. He's going to be able to take down Robe as well. And Boise State finally able to shove Johnson and Wales back just a tad.
That was an impressive little flick on that Hanzo. That nice little headshot there. That was a nice job, Frost. Good job. Now things are looking a little bit rough for Johnson and Wales because they're pushing such long sidelines into our entirely long-range based team. Havana, most maps favor the defensive team, obviously, but Havana is one of those maps that favors the defensive team to the extreme if you're running long range like this. And especially because Johnson and Wales blew all of their big attacking ultimates last fight, it's going to be really, really hard for them to take this final point, Fish. Oh my gosh, Capital at it again.
Never seen a Zenyatta that deep before, but he's going to be able to go in. Does get the rest from Beanie Bum though, so Boise State's now the one with 7 members. There's a great Gravitic Flux from Quidjibble, going to be able to shut down 2. His Robe will fall. The Valkyrie's committed by Sturtle. Can Boise State deny the res? The answer appears to be yes, as Robe is going to go back to the Widowmaker, and quietly Johnson and Wales has run out of half their time. Bob does get taken out though by Shinobi. Narvel's able to pick up Falcon, and then he will be immediately taken out. Icy going to try and retreat. Not going to be able to survive. Sturtle gets another huge res, this time onto Falcon. Frost not able to find one as Pleb gets the only remaining kill for Boise State, and now it's last fight territory for the Broncos.
Feels like every time Falcon dies, Sertle is there with a res, and that is huge for Sertle because Falcon's their main tank. And also, it's just impressive that Sertle's able to do that because usually main tanks don't die in friendly locations. Fish. So I would be really interested in a Sertle point of view to see how she is getting those tricky reses that should, for all intents and purposes, be right in front of Boise State.
Yeah, Johnson and Wales right now, they don't even need a res as the Tranquility will come out and keep everyone alive. Robe does get taken out by Narbles, but it looks like it's a consolation prize as Johnson and Wales will 3-cap. Only 59 seconds in overtime, but as you mentioned, D'Angelo, a very defender-favored map in Havana means Boise State's going to have their work cut out for them to force overtime.
59 seconds, Fish. Normally, you're kind of like, not too much to be mad about there. But on Havana, 59 seconds is more like 3 minutes because it's a really big deal to cap Havana, third point, especially if both teams are running that long-range distance thing. Like you said, Fish, Boise State definitely has their work cut out for them. And they're really, I mean, first of all, they have to make it to third point.
Yeah.
But third point is going to be especially difficult for Boise State. And it looks like we've, almost entirely switched comps. So,
for now, I mean.
For now, yeah.
They play some tricks on us in this 30-second waiting period.
They don't have any stuns for Icy right now if he chooses to stay on the ball. Oh, Falcon's a Roadhog. So Icy will have to watch out for that hook, and that'll be pretty scary, especially because he's going to probably be hooked into a Discord orb. So that's very scary. So depending on whether or not Icy's able to stay out of Falcon's hook range and not feed, we might see him stay on the ball, but we also might see him swap off relatively quickly, depending on whether or not Falcon's able to nail those hooks.
That's a dead Frost.
That was an impressive Widowmaker headshot. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, the game barely had started, and he immediately gets a pick onto Frost, so Boise State's going to hide behind the payload, using his line of sight as best they can. Falcons,
with the exception of Pleb.
Falcons sneaking around, trying to find something. There's that Orb of Discord onto Icy, and he will fall. No Roadhog hook needed. Shinobi gets another one. Now Narvel's turn to get hooked, as it's a great job by Falcon flanking Boise State and drawing their attention. And now here comes what looks to be a mini close hold from Johnson and Wales. Sans Shinobi, who's just getting headshots on anyone who dares peek. So you can see Frost remember his mistake and dash away to safety.
Dash away to safety, hopefully up onto that Widowmaker. He's definitely looking to take out that Widowmaker. That is Frost's sole job, is to get on top of and take out that Widowmaker. And it looks like Icy is of a similar mind. But that hog makes things a little scary.
Yes, he's going to be able to absolutely rip Frost apart. They're not able to find Shinobi's hiding spot for now, even though he's hiding in plain sight. Infrared sight available. See if he uses it. Quidgible going to be taken out here. Narbles has Dragon Strike too if he wants to use it, but the Broncos are split up. And none of them feel safe with Shinobi there.
Nice!
Capital gets one, but gets taken out by Narbles. Able to get Pleb or Falcon as well. There's Sertle once again with a huge res. Boise State's forced to retreat as they lose 2 more members.
Someone stop her. That Zenyatta, it usually costs him his life to get particularly, super amazing picks. It usually costs him his life, but that doesn't really matter if Sertle's just there to res him so he doesn't get punished for it. Which is, somebody stop their support lineup, please. And now we have a swap onto Ana after he's got insta-killed right after the res. So that'll be another obstacle for Icy in particular to try to overcome, another stun. But also potential food for Icy, depending on how good that Ana is at actually hitting sleeps. And you expect her to be pretty good.
Falcon just barely able to get out, gonna pop the whole hog. Shinobi will be taken out as the Dragon Strike comes through for Narbles. Not able to find anything. There's a Transcendence from Pleb. Sertle's going to use that Valkyrie. We'll see if he can find a revive, and he is going to find one onto Shinobi.
Get her!
Probably a better target than if he had res Falcon, who just got taken out. And Boise State's very close to capturing this first point.
Please.
There's Sertle finally going down. Shinobi falls as well, so that res for nothing. And Boise State's going to be able to capture this and move on to the second point.
Now, with this stagger that we hopefully get on the Hanzo, please don't let him live, Quidgeable. Okay, we got a nice stagger onto that Hanzo, so it's slightly more unlikely that they'll be able to hold us at these doorways, which is a major holding point, and especially if we get the kill on the Hog here, which by all rights we should.
Falcon has definitely been a little too aggressive.
They don't, as long as Boise State takes the space that they have won, rightfully, we shouldn't be held at those doorways. And honestly, being held at those doorways is one of the scariest things that can happen on second point Havana, because you only have 3 points of entry for snipers to look at.
Boise State has not found much of anything since that pick onto Falcon. They were able to get the payload around a couple of corners. That's a great pick onto Shinobi, who's over onto the Tracer now. Unfortunately, there's that res once again. Nico's going to be able to take down Quidgeable. Falcon gets pleb, and Boise State in the 6v7 is quickly losing resources. Icy will fall down to the rest of his team. I have a decent flank here. Onto rope. Grab does come out from Nico off screen, and that's going to be enough for Boise State to lose all of their members. And Sertle does not miss a res very often. It's a big reason why Boise State has not found a way to crack Johnson and Wales consistently.
Someone stop Sertle, please. For the sake of Boise State Orange, she's just tearing it up. And normally you don't, typically people don't expect to like see a Mercy player carry because she doesn't appear in the kill feed. And so normally that's the most important thing that people think of. But she's really helped kind of carry her team to victory here because it's constantly a 7v6 that Boise State does not have.
I mean, and usually you see Boise State in the past has done a really good job of punishing Mercies, and Sertle's just been able to put himself in such a good position as a pulse bomb from Shinobi is going to be able to take down Frost. And once again, Boise State fighting down a man. They're starting to run out of time. As Quidgeable is going to get hooked, he should still survive. There's only a minute 23 left as the whole hog comes out. It'll gun down Beanie Bum. It'll trap Quidgeable above the doorway. And now Boise State's onto their final couple fights. They do have 5 ultimates available. Might be enough to win one fight, but will be enough to push the payload. That is the question.
If they can kill this Roadhog right here, right now, they have a really good shot at winning this next fight without ultimates because they'll be up 2, and the Mercy is unable to res either one of these because they're literally outside of the enemy's spawn. But it looks like because of that over-aggressive push, Boise State is going to be able to get past those doorways without the use of any of their ultimates yet, and the res out from the Mercy, so the next kill they get is permanent.
Can Boise State pick up a kill here? 40 seconds left. The Gravitic Flux was committed by Quidgeable. Pleb and Robe will trade kills. Deadeye from Frost is going to come out. Capital rallies at 1 HP, and he barely stays alive. Boise State starting to burn through those ultimates as the Supercharger comes out as well, and from 5 to 1. Beanie Bum's the only one left around. Sertle can't res himself. He gets taken out. Falcon Shinobi follow in short order. Capital will go down as well. Boise State looks like they've found just enough to capture the second point and give themselves a fighting chance to force overtime.
Sertle's dead, they win the point. This is just how this works. You kill the Mercy, you win the fight. However, Sertle's doing a really good job of playing hide and seek with Boise State. I'm willing to bet you that if you went to Sertle's perspective of this game, you would not see the Boise State team very often at all because Sertle hasn't died very much. And Mercy's not one of those heroes where you have to look at the enemy team. So I would be willing to bet that most of Sertle's perspective is walls and not the Boise State enemy.
And reviving as he gets another one off onto Shinobi. This point took 3 minutes for Johnson and Wales to capture. Boise State has a minute and a half to get all the way there. As this cart's going to bounce around that final corner and enter the last straightaway for Boise State to try and force overtime and salvage a map win in the NECC. Falcon gets taken out. No res available, but the respawn for the defenders should mean he's back in time before a fight breaks out. Boise State with 5 ultimates, but it's Johnson Wales that starts with the grab and a pulse bomb. Throw in the Dragon to the Valkyrie for good measure, and it's a 3-for-1 for Johnson and Wales. Boise State trying to retreat quickly, But a great job by the Wildcats hunting them down. Quidgible will fall. So will Pleb. Sertle gets another res onto Shinobi, and that's probably going to doom Boise State's chances as all 3 remaining members that were left alive get hunted down.
Boise State really needed to win that fight just then that they just lost, and I think they barely get a touch here, let alone a fully organized fight.
They have a bunch of ult. There's a Grunic Flux. Quidgible dies for it, can process. Dragon Strike will come out as well. Icy trying to do what he can to contest. Transcendence comes out from Capital. Shinobi bouncing around. He's able to confuse Narvels and take him down. Frost does get a kill onto him, but is it too little too late as Pleb will fall. Boise State in full stall mode now. We're going to lose Beanie Bum. Quidgible and Icy going to run right back onto the point. They're still very far away from forcing overtime, even if they win a fight. They would need a great pick here. Falcon drops low, but gets healed back up to full. He'll grip Quidgible in, knock down the mech. Can Baby Diva survive long enough? It does not appear to be so. And Boise State should run out of time here momentarily. You see Narvels trying to blink around, do what he can on the Tracer. Buys enough for Icy to roll back in, but at this point, it just feels like they're padding the stats for Johnson and Wales as the Valkyrie comes out. There's a revive, and that's probably the most fitting way to end, with Sertle getting the last revive of the game, and Johnson and Wales picking up their 3rd map.
Someone stop the Johnson and Wales Mercy. That'll definitely go in the memories of Boise State Orange as they go against Johnson and Wales again. If it happens again, we kill the Mercy. Guys, we gotta kill the Mercy. Because if you notice, when they kill the Mercy, they push.
Yep.
I mean, as it usually is, you kill a support, you push. But also, that Mercy just had an amazing impact on everything that they were doing. And after Boise State lost that fight with 3 of their ultimates online, I was like, it's kind of over. I mean,
it was close. I mean, the last 2 maps, Kings Row and Havana, Boise State was close to pushing it into overtime, and who knows what can happen in overtime. I thought the problem for Boise State is on both Kings Row and on Havana, they didn't come alive defensively until the very last point. And there's only so much you can do when you have 5 minutes in the time bank and you're Johnson and Wales.
And also, part of how they came alive defensively on Havana is just the natural, how much it benefits defenders.
True.
Because, so as you get up to the fort, that is where most teams get stopped.
Yep.
Because not only do they have the opportunity to pick you the entire way up there because there's no cover and shields aren't what they used to be, and so you can't just hide behind a shield the entire time. That is where, and if you lose that fight there, you basically lose 3rd point Havana because there's not going to be any easy way for you to get back to that point. You're not going to get back to the entrance of the fort against really skilled teams that are without like some sort of miracle or some sort of amazing ultimate combo or whatever. But even ultimates are really hard to use on 3rd point Havana because usually the team holds in a split way, especially if it's a really, really long range team. So you can kill like maybe 2 or 3 max that are playing together, but they'll respawn before you get the cart all the way there. So it really, Havana's just really a difficult point to push on.
Yeah, or, I mean, you'll get the revive off as well. As we see, this was the standings going into tonight's action. Boise State blue 1-0. Now the orange team 0-1 because, unfortunately for them, for the 2nd time in a row, they had to face Big Brother to start. So it was blue versus orange last week, and that's why orange started 0-1. It's 0-2 now with Johnson and Wales moving to 1-1. Well, that will wrap up that portion, but we still have one more left. Can Boise State blue move to 2-0? They'll take on UC Davis in about 20 minutes here for us to find out. I think the biggest takeaway, if there's a mercy on the other team, D'Angelo, Boise State blue's got to make sure he doesn't get almost like 100% res success.
You gotta kill the mercy. Oh my goodness, you just have to do that, especially on a point where like you get that pick and then it doesn't matter and it's a 7v6, and especially if you don't have your own mercy to make it that 7v6, and especially if especially on a point on Havana where it's already so defender heavy. At that point, it's just like way too much overkill. And so really it was an uphill battle from the point where they capped 3rd point Havana, because that's not an easy thing to do, and that's not something that a lot of teams end up doing.
Yeah, second point was just so hard. I mean, we saw, Johnson and Wales had 5 minutes. Boise State only had a minute and a half. Well, that will do it for the orange team. Can the blue team avenge them and move to 2-0 in NECC? We will find out. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back at 9 o'clock Mountain Time to see if Boise State Blue can pick up the victory. But until then, grab a refreshment, learn how to gun down that Mercy, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
They can move quickly.
Here's
they
our
can pull
shot.
off the grab dragons without having to worry about the sound barrier. There it is. Double dragon's going to come out. Capital's going to get a boot off the edge. Boise State's able to pick up 2. Sertal's going to use the coalescence to get icy, but Narvel's dragon strike hits him on the very last tick. Quidgeable now lasering on the back line. He takes down Shinobi. Him and Nico dueling it out. Nico very close to the grab. Val, you see Frost about 20% away from his EMP, just chilling out right now. Nobody knows he's there. Trying to find a hack onto somebody. Can't hack Nico in time, though, so the grab goes out. That's what he was looking for. Boise State still takes him down. They'll trade 1 for 1 as Narbles falls. A shatter from Rogue with the duplicate comes out. Doesn't land onto anyone. Nice hack onto Sir. On the point, though, is Johnson and Wales. The Wildcats already up to 75%. Primal Rage does come out for Icy. State can move quickly.
Here's
they
our
can pull
shot.
off the grab Dragons without having to worry about the sound barrier. There it is. Double Dragon's going to come out. Capital's going to get a boot off the edge. Boise State's able to pick up 2. Sertal's going to use the Coalescence to get icy, but Narvel's Dragon Strike hits him at the very last tick. Quinchable now lasering on the back line. He kicks down Shinobi. Him and Nico dueling it out. Nico very close to the grab. And the Valk. You see Frost about 20% away from his EMP, just chilling out right now. Nobody knows he's there. Trying to find a hack onto somebody. Can't hack Nico in time, though, so the grab goes out. That's what he was looking for. Boise State still takes him down. They'll trade 1 for 1 as Narbles falls. The shatter from Rogue with the duplicate comes out. Doesn't land onto anyone. Nice hack onto Sir. The point, though, is Johnson and Wales, the Wildcats, already up to 75%. Primal Rage does come out for Icy. Does get the knock off the wall onto Rogue, who had used the duplicate, so he was unable to fly. Sertal's going to get hacked, not going to be able to fly away either. And Boise State very close to flipping it. So Primal Rage from Falcon coming out once again. He's going to get that bonus health, but he will go down. Hello and welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Our final match of the night, Boise State Blue taking on UC Davis in the NECC. I am Michael Fisher, joined by Colby D'Angelo Alloway, as I have been all night to call all of the action. And D'Angelo, we talked a little bit about the patch before Boise State Orange's play. Didn't see what you thought was going to be maybe the biggest change to the patch, was the fortified change to Arissa, maybe putting her on rush comps. Do you think any of these patch notes, the Monkey change, the Arissa change, maybe the Wrecking Ball change, are going to affect Boise State Blue in any way?
Regardless of whether or not it affects Boise State Blue today, especially the Arissa change will change things eventually, like as people get more comfortable. It's unlikely that teams know how to completely function like with the new Arissa today. Like so I probably should have added that earlier. It's unlikely that like people will change today, and if they do, they're like way out of the game and probably not doing it the most efficiently. Like you're probably just going to find more efficient ways to do it as the meta continues to be meta, as things work. But because of the Arissa change, and even the Monkey change a little bit too, things will change regardless of that. Just maybe not today, probably not today. People much smarter about Overwatch than me are still trying to figure out how exactly all of these fit and the ideal team strats and the ideal maps. Because actually, more so than any other period in Overwatch, lots of characters are viable. Like, it's viable to do a lot of different things. And probably with tanks, you have the least amount of flexibility. But the game, as it stands right now, is actually pretty flexible, and you can do a lot of different things. So people are probably trying to figure out what the best things are to do with all of these new changes and which maps are best for it.
Well, in NECC, we'll get 3 maps regardless of the outcome, as map score does matter. So it's not your traditional best of 3. So we'll get Control, we'll get Hybrid, and we'll get Escort. So we'll see if Boise State can go 3-0 over UC Davis. The blue team 1-0 right now in NECC. Unfortunately, that did come at the cost of Boise State Orange, who they played in the first match. Always a good thing when Boise State's talented enough to be in the same division, but also a bad thing. So we'll see how the Bronco blue team plays. And I mean, you mentioned it, that it's nice to see a lot of the heroes are viable. Orange kind of felt like there was a while they were stuck in the mud with that Sombra Reaper. Do you have any clue what Boise State DPS might come out? Because I felt like that Sombra Reaper that we saw in map 1 for the Orange team also sort of slowed down things against Johnson and Wales.
Well, the Boise State Orange and Boise State Blue DPS are very different people, and they play very different things. And so I do not think we will see anything even remotely similar to Sombra Reaper. I do not think that that is something that we are going to pull out. We'll probably pull out, depending on the maps. I know that Goblin has a lot of competence on things like hit scan heroes and that sort of thing. And so I think we'll see something like that. We also know that Goblin has a little bit of a tendency to flank, and sometimes he kills half their team, and sometimes he throws. So that'll be particularly interesting. But both of the Boise State Blue DPS really are comfortable on a variety of heroes, and they're not afraid to switch. Because, as we saw earlier, Narbles is definitely somebody who is comfortable on a ton of heroes, not only DPS, but also support and tank. He came to us this year as a flex player, along with his brother Pleb. And they are flex players, so there's definitely a lot more that he can play to great success other than Reaper. He just didn't swap. And Boise State Blue doesn't necessarily have that problem. They have a lot of specific coaching that kind of resolves those like comp problems, like what do you run against this? They have a coach that tells them this is the ideal thing to run against this on this map, and this is specifically what you do. They have somebody that is giving them the specific meta strategies that are absolutely the best. And so because all of the players on Boise State Blue are so talented and so well-rounded, I do think that we will see whatever just happens to be the best for the map. And I don't know the maps right now, so I can't tell you what that would be.
Probably Kings Row. Just some weird feeling we're going to see Kings Row. It doesn't really matter if it's predestined or if it's loser's pick. It's always Kings Row.
Kings Row is very common. And normally what you want to see on Kings Row is we've seen some teams today have some success with Echo, particularly on attack, which is always nice. But we've also, one of the best defensive picks, at least for Kings Row, is probably Torbjorn. And we know that Goblin can do some kind of tricky things on Torbjorn. Some kind of tricky, kind of trolly things on Torbjorn that are very, very interesting to watch. And that they usually pan out. So it's also just kind of like, sometimes it's inspiring to watch Goblin just like 1v4 a bunch of people on Torbjorn or whatever, knowing full well that in his head he's just memeing, but he's actually just like winning the game for Boise State.
Yeah, we've seen some very interesting Torbjorn flanks from Goblin come out in the past that you're just like, I don't think you're supposed to be there, but I'll take it because you're doing it really well.
Yep. Kudos. Just there it is.
Good job. I'm not going to question it. We're just going to move on. Yeah, I mean, it is nice, though, that, it feels like the meta is more open. I will say Ryan Zarya has definitely dominated tonight. I don't know if that'll be the case for Boise State Blue or UC Davis, but that is the one thing where the tanks feel like they're set in stone. I think supports, they just suffer from the lack of diversity themselves.
Yeah.
There's very few supports in Overwatch. Maybe tomorrow support fans will get some good news at BlizzCon. I don't know.
Hashtag doubt.
Yeah, that's like, but DPS, it feels like, we can go a lot of different places. Here we get our NECC standings coming into tonight. Boise State Blue at 1-0. As we mentioned, they took down Boise State Orange. Cannot wait to see them play Midland, by the way. That was the NEC Championship last fall, Blue and Midland. It did not go Boise State's way, so those are two of the top teams in the Gladiator division. We just saw Johnson and Wales take down Boise State Orange. It's Boise State Blue and UC Davis coming up very shortly. You would have to think the Broncos probably favored in this if UC Davis already started out at 0-1, but you never know what can happen here. As we mentioned, we'll play all three maps. Doesn't matter the score. It is not a best of three. Overall map score does matter in NECC. And I'm sure Boise State would love 2-3-0. I think the fall, the blue team only dropped like 2 maps, D'Angelo. So this is a very talented team. A little bit of different schools this time, so we'll see if they still have that outstanding record. But I think a lot of pressure on Boise State Blue to match last fall's performance.
Absolutely. And while Goblin and Plato are members new to this year, as well as Asu, we do have some returning members, mostly the most notable of which being Guac, who usually plays on main tank. We've had him for longer than this year, obviously. We've had him since last year, and he came to us as an off tank and then transitioned to main tank. And he actually started on one of our lower teams before he improved a massive amount and then ended up being on our upper teams. And he has had an amazing impact on Boise State, and Boise State, both the orange and the blue teams, the upper, the lower teams, everything. Because even now that he's on the blue team, he is still a means of advice and other things like that for the Boise State orange team. He does kind of like tell them what's best, and because that's just how he is as a person. And he is a kinesiology major. Is to the best of my knowledge, it might have changed in the past week, but probably not.
It's college. Everyone changes majors like at least twice. I think that's like a requirement.
And so he also started with some interest in professional soccer, which is really, really kind of interesting. That was something that he was kind of into as a teenager. And then so he came to Boise State with the idea that he really wanted to win. And he really wanted to get better, and he really wanted to constantly improve. And that is an attitude that he spreads on to everyone else, both like in the game and outside of the game. And so that is just something that he brings to Boise State Blue.
Yeah, the blue team, I mean, has been very, very strong. I mean, you mentioned the addition of Goblin. That was really the one thing that kind of felt like it pushed Boise State to the next level last fall. Definitely. Like we said, championship appearance in NECC. I think it was either top 16 or top 8 in NACE. So a very talented squad. To the best of my knowledge, almost all of them, if not all of them, are returning for the spring. So they probably want redemption in the NECC for sure. I think it was a shock that they did not win the championship against Midland. So we will have to see if they can move to 2-0. They're taking on UC Davis. Game 1 should be right around the corner here for us, D'Angelo. And I mean, honestly, I just want to see somebody run Rush Arista that you talked about with the patch notes and just, like, fortify and be like, I don't care, Widowmaker, you can shoot me in the head a million times. Like, it's not going to hurt me. Fortify
Arista, I don't care. I will say that of the blue and the orange teams, the blue team is probably more likely to adapt to the meta, but I don't know that even they have the coaching and the, I don't know that really anybody knows how to use these patches to the most effective they possibly can. So if we see it today, that's great. But really, I think what we'll see is these changes in the future. And some other really, really notable members of the Boise State Blue team that add a lot to the team is Asu. And normally you don't talk a lot about the support lineup, but he came to us as a Masters DPS, and he's now touched top 500 on support. He typically tends to play like main healers. Baptiste is how he did his initial climb. He's not only a really critical member of Boise State Blue, being the main reason that we win a ton of our maps and one of our starters, he's also really, really important to the Boise State marching band, the Blue Thunder, the Pride of Idaho, the thing that everybody knows about. So he's not only notable for Boise State in the fact that he plays for one of the best esports teams in the nation, but he also plays for one of the best marching bands in the nation.
Yeah, I think that is one of those things that is really interesting in all sports, is the ability to diversify, and it does kind of, instead of working on the same thing over and over again, you get a little bit of a different way of looking at things, and that could potentially be why he has gotten so good at support so quickly. As you saw the lineup there flash on your screen, identical to last year. Of course, Boise State, the orange team, very talented in the fact that they are some of those players that we've seen sort of fill gaps in case somebody has a class or whatever, does happen to collegiate students. So this is a very, very well-rounded team. The blue team, I think, is definitely one of the favorites in the Gladiators division, and I definitely think they might put on a show tonight against UC Davis, hoping to hop in to game number 1 pretty quickly here. See some of the orange team still up there trying to practice, work out some of the issues that they've had with an 0-2 start in NECC, but no one can fault them for losing to Boise State Blue, as you mentioned, D'Angelo, one of the best teams in the nation. So we'll see how Blue does against UC Davis. I think this team is going to do really, really well, and I think their probably goal is to be not drop a single map this entire regular season. As I said, they came 2 maps away from doing that in the fall. That would probably be the best thing they can do in the spring until playoffs, is just say, we're just going to go undefeated and let everybody know we're here to play and we're not going to mess around.
Which is absolutely the thing to do for Blue, and I do absolutely think that is their starting mindset. We just want to play our best and not lose a map. And I think that is something entirely within their power. I mean, obviously, I'm a Boise State fan. I'm friends with the players. I want them to succeed very much. Clearly, I'm super biased. But also, I think their stats kind of speak for themselves, to be honest. I mean, and I think the skill of the team speaks to themselves. And I think that it's very possible that they can go to the finals without dropping maps. And I really think, as long as they're playing their best, I think.
Yeah, I think the Overwatch team is the one team on Boise State, or perhaps the best team that has improved the quickest. I mean, I remember from you said, he's Masters, and now Doc will tell me, or you'll tell me, D'Angelo, he's top 500. So I do think that the Overwatch team has seen the biggest growth overall, as in terms of players climbing, as opposed to the rest of the team. The rest of the Boise State teams are good, don't get me wrong, but it feels like we went from Masters to top 500 players in a year on the Boise State Overwatch team, which is just absolutely crazy. Of course, we had to have Doc's keys to the game before we hit into map account number 1. Never take a fair fight. Always something Doc preaches about what that means. Take fights in unexpected places when they are unprepared and when you can have ability advantages. It's all brought to you by Count, who's an Identity Trust Global Network. It delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. If you want to stay safe online, you go check them out at count.com. Now, the one thing about that, though, D'Angelo, is you have to make sure you're on the same page. We saw in our first game tonight, we saw a wrecking ball try and contest the point, ended up throwing the whole map away from his team because the rest of his team wasn't there for that unfair fight.
Yes, absolutely. A fight is not unfair in the ways that you want it to be unfair if you're 1v6ing.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfair for you, honestly.
That is always a bad idea. Like, if you're 1v6ing, you're either contesting in overtime and hoping somebody gets, like, the Hail Mary of all ult steam kill, or you're just feeding.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you do have to make sure you're on the same page. I mean, I think we didn't see any of that feeding from Boise State Orange, but it definitely felt like, as you mentioned, D'Angelo, there was a couple times where somebody's in the wrong spot. Who is it? The guy in the wrong spot, or is the rest of the team not following? So you can take all the unfair fights you want, but if you don't communicate that to your team, you'll quickly find yourself 1v6. And then, as you said, D'Angelo, it goes from winning to feeding. So there is that communication issue that you want to make sure you have. As we see the teams here, Guac, Kel, Goblet, Plato, a large bagel, and Asu on the side of Boise State Blue. And for UC Davis, Ecal, Oomba Loomba, Juicy Steak. That's a great name. Frosty, Wild, and Fenrir. I think UC Davis might win the name battle. It's close. But I'll be honest, D'Angelo, maybe it's me. I'd rather have a Juicy Steak than a large bagel. Just me.
I think that entirely depends on the steak because, I don't know, I'm kind of into fillets, but I'm not really into any other kinds of steaks. But I'm into lots of different types of bagels. So, and you also get the guac in there, and usually...
I'm not putting guac on a bagel
No, but listen. Guac goes with chips, right? They're just something that you don't separate, right? And I know for a fact that guac has other accounts titled things like salsa because he's of Mexican descent, and so he just does that. So I think that Boise State Blue even wins in terms of food too.
But if I don't have, like I said, right now I'm spreading guac on my bagel, and that's not adding up to a good combination. I'm already not a big bagel fan personally. I don't want to try that hard for breakfast. I just want to pour a bowl of cereal and go. I don't want to have to put it in the toaster and then put peanut butter or cream cheese or whatever your choice of bagel topping is. Just not worth it to me. I'd just rather pour a bowl of Fruit Loops and be on my way.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem, Fish, if you struggle to get the motivation to toast a bagel.
I'm not a big morning person. I'm going to wake up 10 minutes before I need to be there. I'm going to throw down the cereal, get it over with, and then move on. So, I'd rather have a juicy steak to wrap up the night than a large bagel in the morning. But maybe that's just me.
But hear me out. What about a juicy steak in the morning versus a large bagel as part of dinner?
If I don't have to prepare the juicy steak, I'll eat the juicy steak.
No, but you have to prepare what?
Then, you know what? I'll take the large bagel. I hope they're both supports. That would be my favorite part if we get to see the large bagel versus juicy steak grocery aisle showdown between these two players. But we will have to see. Waiting on Boise State and UC Davis for game number 1 here in our final match of the night in the NECC. Going to be a good one. Of course, always awkward at the collegiate level, D'Angelo, because for the pros, a patch comes out. Doesn't always affect them right away. For everybody else, collegiate players included, it's like, hey, it's patch day. Hopefully it didn't nerf your favorite character.
Yep. We might not see as much of Guac on ball, or if we do see Guac on ball, he probably will be playing a little bit differently because, like we said, if you weren't here for the beginning, Paul's knockback was reduced to 25%. So Guac no longer is going to be able to throw somebody across the entire map. Now he can only throw them across part of the map.
That is the weirdest change to me. It feels like something that was like, hey, his knockback's too strong on release. Let's fix it on release, not a year, 2 years after the fact. Mm-hmm. Feels like one of those things where maybe they were a little late to the ball, if you will.
I see what you did there, Fish. I acknowledge that. Good job. But I think part of the difference is he's meta now. And so when a character is meta or is viable in the meta, changes come more often to them just because they're played more and more people get mad about it and more people demand those changes. Like, I don't know how many changes in Overwatch have been because enough people got mad about it. Like, I really don't. And I think Ball's knockback is a really good example of one of those changes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of game changes come because someone's pretty mad about it, to be honest. Like, as soon as the community starts rallying, like 95% of companies listen. No, Blizzard's always won, depending on what game you play. Sorry, Hero of the Storms fans and other Blizzard titles. But Overwatch appears to be one, and I'll be really curious to see. I mean, like we said, we had the Wrecking Ball changes. I couldn't really notice difference in the Winston changes, I'll be honest. As you mentioned, they redistributed his armor and health, so he's a little bit tankier on the armor side, but he's less tank in the HP. Their logic was like, oh, he'll be better equipped to focus down against, I think, like lasers and shotguns, which they ended up nerfing Reaper anyway. But very interesting when I think everything does armor damage, so I mean, really reclassifying doesn't do much, but didn't feel like he was dying any quicker or slower from what we saw, D'Angelo.
To be fair, what we saw was Icy get instantly melted by Discord Orb Echo Execution Beam. So I am not sure that there are a ton of changes in which you would notice any difference in the immediate death of whoever that poor person is that is getting discorded beamed. Because you can't even defense matrix that. Quidgible was up there. He had the defense, but that was just the Discord Orb and the beam. And I cannot emphasize enough how fast that melted Icy.
So we take a look back at some of our replays from Boise State Orange and Johnson and Wales, as you see. I mean, like I said, that was one of the ones where I'm sure Blizzard has some sort of advanced graph where they can be like, well, see, here's where you can notice the changes. Didn't really seem like there was much of an effect, and for Boise State Orange, it felt like they were probably just about 1 or 2 seconds slow. As you see right there, the hack goes out about a second or two too slow. You're talking about Icy sort of suiciding to his own death. Probably jumped in there about a second too early, didn't get the defense matrix in time. So there were some very good bright spots for Boise State. At the same time, there are also some things that, it's early on in the season. It's only game number 2. You have to hope those were just sort of, a little bit of getting back into the swing of things.
And this is definitely one of those things where Boise State showed that they're kind of in the swing of things because Icy just team shattered. I mean, they didn't necessarily follow up on it to get the full team kill, but they definitely won that fight. And here we see one of Quidgible's amazing grabs for the play, and a grab dragon, no less. And we also see Sertle with that res in the middle of the grab dragons. Where was that body? It was somewhere within close proximity of that grab. Someone stop her. Someone stop Sertle.
Yeah, I mean, that would be one of the things where, maybe you're in early season 4, but there were a lot of reses that went out from Sertle. I definitely think, as we're looking at Icy, that was a big shatter, but it felt like that Falcon wasn't outplaying him, but he was getting better shatters consistent. I mean, we saw like a 6-man shatter multiple times from Falcon, and we rarely ever see Icy let shatters get through. So it did feel like maybe we're still in the early season. Boise State Orange getting used to the meta, as we talked about during their game. Not always the quickest team to adjust. They definitely like to go with what got them there. We saw that in the fall. So I have to think good things are around the corner for Boise State Orange. They were oh so close on Kings Row for sure. Getting into overtime. I think it was 2 meters away from forcing overtime on Havana. They were somewhat close, but it's pushing third point Havana. How close really are you in a sense?
Yeah, third point Havana, if you let the enemy team cap third point Havana on defense, that's kind of bad, and that kind of means you're going to have to work much harder, and it's just not going to be good for you. If the enemy team caps third point Havana, it's probably not a super even matchup on that map.
And I do think that something we'll see, you'll be curious to see how often we see it in some of these fights, is that I think Narbles was a really bright spot for Boise State Orange. It felt like there were times where on that Hanzo he took over portions of the game for Boise State and had some insane flicks. He couldn't put it together full time. I think Shinobi did a really good job later on getting some great Widowmaker picks, but it felt like at times for Narbles that he was just absolutely mowing down Johnson and Wales, and no one could get in his way.
I mean, Narbles is just kind of an awesome person in general, and he just kind of, have you met him? He kind of just generally always feels like a bright spot. He's very sarcastic, but in a very, I think, a very funny way, and he's just a very great person, so I think he's always a bright spot, and I think there are many players on both Boise State Blue and Orange that are always bright spots, but yes, definitely his skill in a lot of ways kind of carried Boise State Orange tonight.
Yeah, I thought he had moments. I think Frost also had a couple of moments we saw there.
Yes.
That replays were winding down that were just really good jobs by Boise State's Orange team. Unfortunately, they could not find a single map victory against Johnson and Wales, so definitely going to be starting off not as well as they wanted, but we'll be curious to see how they do going forward. There's definitely some beatable teams in this division. I think Midland is going to be I guarantee you Boise State Blue and Midland are the top two teams in this division. They were top two in the NECC last fall, so that's going to be the matchup I think everyone's looking forward to. Whoever wins that probably has a really good chance of winning this Gladiators division.
I think so, too, because usually, like, the reason teams get to be that favored is because they perform well.
Yeah.
Like, right?
Yep.
You're not just like, ooh, they have the coolest mascot in the Gladiators division, so I favor them to win.
That's how some people pick things, though, I'll be honest.
But
Sometimes
that's
it works.
not how the majority of people pick things. And when you're as favored as Midland and Boise State Blue are, there's got to be something else other than a Broncos cool going on there. And I think some of the players that I mentioned earlier, like Guac and Asu, who have been there for a while, or the new ones like Goblin and Plato and Kel and Bagel, I think all of them have added an extra amount of amazing to the Boise State Blue team. And I think that Boise State Blue versus Midland will be something that everybody is paying attention to, Fish.
Well, before we get to that, we've got Boise State and we've got UC Davis all ready to go here. Game number 1 in the NECC. We'll see how Boise State Blue does as one of the prohibitive favorites in the Gladiators division as we get ready to kick things off. And definitely some very unique team comps for both sides, at least for now. They've been known to change a lot in these 15 seconds.
I will say that they will probably stay with the tank lineup on Boise State Blue, and the supports are probably lined up there too. I can feel Asu's pain at playing Brig. She is one of his least favorite supports. But a large bagel on that Zenyatta, that is a hero he is very comfortable on. That is what he came to Boise State as. I am fully expecting a large bagel to pop off.
See how the first fight goes for Boise State. Guac on that wrecking ball still. The nerfs not worrying him yet as Juicy Steak gets drop low. Will be full healed back though as Wild and Guac having a little fun at each other's expense. No real damage has been dished out yet. Guac now going for the flank, something we saw him do a lot last semester. Use that wrecking ball to get a ton of cooldowns out of the way for the enemy team, and then have everyone else jump in for Boise State as Guac will go slamming down. Great sleep dart going to come out there from Fenrir as Guac's not going to be able to make it out away. Oompa Loompa gets that kill. Plato takes down Ecal, so it's a tank down on both sides. Plato picks up another one onto Wild as well. A large bagel wins the food battle as Juicy State goes down. Point to you, D'Angelo, and Boise State gets the point.
Point to D'Angelo and 3% to Boise State. Things are looking pretty good for me and Boise State Blue here right now. We did see Plato and a large bagel pop off. It does seem like that McCree Zenyatta is definitely a combo that they are both doing well on. We'll see how this Goblin flank turns out, but
not very well. We talked about it waiting for the game in the opener. Sometimes Goblin flanks 1v5s and we're like, you shouldn't have, but we'll give it to you. Sometimes he flanks and it doesn't go that well. We're going to see Ecal try and jump right onto Plato. He's got the Deadeye available. There's a large bagel off screen. Taking down Frosty. Deadeye is going to zone out the members of UC Davis, but not find anything. He'll get one shot at the very end, I think onto Oompa Loompa. So he gets taken out. There's a Nano going to go on to Ecal, but it's not going to be enough as Wild and Fenrir have both fallen. Juicy Steak running for the hills. So is Ecal. He's got that Orb of Discord on him, and Boise State sends him packing.
I just want you to know, Fish, that Boise State was down 2. And then Plato decided that he was going to hide in to kind of zone them. And so their ball got back to the point. and then they were only down 1, and then even still down 1, they just rolled over UC Davis that fight. Except we're gonna have to be really careful of that grab echo combo.
How about a whole hog minefield combo from Boise State? The rally comes out as well. There's the grab and the primal rage, but UC Davis has found just 1 and nothing more. Juicy Steak will fall as well, and Boise State says, we don't care about your grab, try again next time.
Boise State Blue is playing a very hard to grab comp because they're all so split. Like, you're never going to get that ball in a grab unless you get nobody else. And I haven't even seen Asu this. I have no idea where Asu's at right now, and Kel's just on the flank.
We're already in overtime. Molten Core is going to come out, so will the Deadeye. He gets the sound barrier out for Wild, and Boise State, for the first time, shows weakness as they're going to lose 2. Gobbler gets the duplicate before being taken down himself. And UC Davis right in the nick of time. Looks like they will flip the point in overtime. A large bagel gets 1 before he goes down, but the Broncos can't 100-0 here on map 1.
The first kill on Kel, Plato, and Large Bagel at 99% is when they flip the point. And now we're walking in with Tranquility, which is okay because they don't have a grab, so we'll probably use that more offensively, or Bagel will use it to save himself after a flank where he kills 3. But especially now that they don't have that pulse bomb and they're down 1, it's going to be an uphill battle for UC Davis to hold this.
Nano goes on to Ecal. Does not have the primal range. Loomba Loomba has gone down, but Juicy Steak's going to pick up 2. Block gets Frenner in the back line. Plato's going to be able to pop off onto Wild. Minefield available. We'll see if he drops it. You can see the difference in the knockback there, the 25% nerf, but it's not going to be enough to save Ecal. Boise State should be able to flip the point here. Hook's going to miss. Juicy State doing all he can, but he gets taken out. There's a minefield. Wild has made it back in to at least contest the point. A couple shotguns to the face from Kel's going to take him out, though. And Boise State almost wins it overtime. Now they're just padding the stats. Loomba Loomba goes jumping in. Primal Rage from Ecal can't even go off for Goblin on the attack Bastion. Nearly picks up his ult, and he didn't change till 99%.
I mean, did you expect anything else from attack from Goblin? Did you expect anything else than attack Bastion?
No, I really did. I mean,
Goblin is he's very funny. He's very funny to interact with, and he's very funny to watch play Overwatch. One thing I will say for UC Davis, though, Juicy Steak should not feel bad about losing that last fight because he killed 3.
Yeah, he did everything he could.
And he also lived. So he killed 3 and then lived. He was the very last person to be killed. Because sometimes it's not worth it if you're a DPS and you just trade. Sometimes it's not worth it. But no, he lived until the end of the fight. So Juicy Steak shouldn't feel too bad about that last fight there.
No, Juicy Steak definitely putting himself out there as a potential carry for the side of UC Davis if they want to be able to take a map or 2 or even 3 off Boise State's blue team as we kick off map number 2 here on Control. Once again, the Broncos DPS kind of all over the place. Guac nearly going down on that wrecking ball. Ecal going to get the Orb of Discord. Go jumping in. Barely survives. He's able to retreat. Anti is going to land onto 4 members of Boise State. UC Davis, though, not quite able to punish, and they're going to all be able to be healed back to full health without too much issue. Guac will go slamming down there. Plato gets the first pick on the Juicy Steak. Plato on that Widowmaker, making UC Davis think twice about where they poke their heads out. Kel trying to heal, barely gets around the corner. Goblin's able to take down Ecal. Plato gets another one, so does Goblin, and the DPS for Boise State putting on a little bit of carry here. Davis did get the point first, but it quickly flips in the Broncos' favor. 7%
was the price, but Boise State Blue did win the fight, and now we're in a better position to continue to hold the point, except for that headshot on a large bagel there. Juicy Steak swapped. Ooh.
Now, Plato was, mid-air, so that did slow him down a little bit. But
they were not ready for the Juicy Steak swabs, and Large Bagel was not ready, and Plato was not ready.
Ecal picks up a double as well, so Boise State's time on the point much more short-lived than last time. And yeah, you're right. Swap from Juicy Steak over to that Widowmaker. I don't know if Boise State was ready for it or not. We'll see if Plato makes that mistake again of trying to get a cheeky mid-air headshot. Pulse bump from Frosty's going to go out. That one's going to pick up Goblin. Now you get a nano onto Ecal. He's going to have the Primal Rage. Infrared Sight is used there by Plato. Can't quite find the flank he wants. See the Juicy Steaks hiding behind that pillar, and it looks like Boise State's going to let Goblin respawn and swap over to the McCree. Oh, there we go.
Using whole hogs, so yep, there it is, off screen, the point. Going up 1, up 2, there it is for Boise State. That's a boot that's got to feel bad. Clearly, that ball nerf hasn't hurt Guac very much.
Guac right now trying to pressure down Oompa Loompa. Staying right in the face of UC Davis. Ecal and Oompa Loompa both very low. Ecal's going to fall right over with that Orb of Discord. Oompa Loompa will as well as Goblin switched over to the McCree and said it's serious business time now, and Boise State's back in control.
I don't think Guac even noticed that there were ball changes there. He's just rolling around exactly how he used to on ball. I will say Boise State Blue does have a little bit to fear from UC Davis in terms of that grab. They are playing a team comp that's not necessarily like you're not going to get a ton of them in the same spot, but especially with a large bagel getting picked like that, grab is going to be what flips it if they do.
There's the grab that comes out. Juicy State gets 2, Oompa Loompa gets 1, and I was about to say the Transcendence would be great counter to the grab if the Transcendence is available. Juicy State will fall. Boise State able to keep contested the point though, so for all those ultimates used, UC Davis really doesn't gain anything. Guac fails to roll up the ramp though, so he's going to lose his life, and UC Davis will flip the point at 79%.
79% is a pretty comfortable percentage to get to. Usually you typically only need to win like one more fight if you want 30%. You just need to win one fight and then you need to like hold it well and not get picked or throw. But walking into UC Davis here, if they get value out of this pulse bomb, nope. UC Davis is going to have a bit of an uphill battle here. I mean, the Brig will be unkillable for the duration of her rally, but the rest of her team isn't.
Yeah, Frosty the first one to fall. Juicy State dropping low, but it's the Wild actually. The Brig does die. And now Boise State's able to take that friend rear. Juicy State incredibly low, but Oompa Loomba's the next to fall, and Boise State should be able to flip the point here as UC Davis is going to lose their 5th member. Make it 6 as Frosty just gets 6 balls right to the face.
Twice. He died twice that fight. That feels bad, but that's a nice thing for a large bagel there. Makes up for him getting a double headshot, which, I mean, honestly, Widowmaker is a soft counter to Zenyatta. So
nice hook onto friend rear. That's going to make UC Davis's last fight nigh impossible. Whole Hog's going to come out. It'll melt down Wild. Goblin's going to take Juicy Steaks down off screen. A large bagel. 3rd kill in a row onto Frosty. Tracer not having the best day. UC Davis trying to maintain it overtime as Ecal falls with the Primal Rage. Oompa Loompa doesn't even make it back onto point. And Boise State's going to go 2-0 in control.
Kel says, you're welcome for the Ana hook and for the whole hog that did a lot of damage and pushed them all into you there, Fish.
That was a really good job. UC State going to actually get player of the game, though.
We know what this is.
Yeah, this is going to be...
the insta-swap and then double headshot.
Bang. And then I think this is where Plato makes the mistake of being like, oh, hey.
I'm going to hook shot. No,
I'm going to get you.
You're not.
No, you're not. Pretty underwhelming play of the game. Nothing against UC State, just... I thought we had something better than just a 2 kill, but I guess both in the head means more to the algorithm than I know. The Idaho Army National Guard was a proud supporter of Boise State esports and brings us the top plays at the end of every night. I don't know if we'll see that one. I think it was a little lackluster, but who knows? We might. It was a great play by Juicy State. Invites you to take your critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs, offering a $20,000 bonus and a degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Right now, Boise State Blue look like one of the best teams in the NECC. D'Angelo with a great play there. UC Davis kind of found their footing there on map number 2. Definitely made Boise State work for it. So heading on to hybrid now, you have to wonder. It's probably Kings Row. I don't even think that's a question in anyone's mind. How well UC Davis plays it, though, is another one.
That is always the question, isn't it? We probably won't actually see walk on ball. I mean, we might, but it's really just not the most amazing ball map unless you're just trying to, like, contest. It really is kind of Reinhardt map territory, or we might see them go for the Orisa. However, they surprised Boise State. UC Davis surprised Boise State with that Widowmaker swap and then the immediate double headshot right after that. I'd like to think that Boise State Blue will be a little bit harder to surprise now in these next couple, now that they kind of know that UC Davis has the ability to do that to them. What do you think, Fish? Do you think Boise State's Blue's going to get caught off guard again?
I don't think so, but I do think there's a potential that Juicy Steak might be able to steal a fight, steal a point.
True.
Depending on who he plays. If UC Davis gets the third point, maybe he has a huge team fight winning ultimate. We've seen him on the Echo, which is a possibility depending on what he duplicates. We're assuming there's probably going to be a Ryan Zaria in this game for Boise State. Maybe you get a big duplicate onto Ryan, you throw down 2 or 3 shatters in a row. So I think Juicy Steak has the ability to sort of will UC Davis to a victory. So it's Boise State's job to shut him down whatever he's on. And if they do that, I think the Broncos should pretty quickly wrap up Kings Row.
Absolutely. Juicy Steak is the most dominant threat to Boise State Blue, at least it appears, after Ilios there, Fish.
Well, we'll have to see just what a Juicy Steak could do, or if it's a large bagel that is the superior food item. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with map number 2 in the NECC between Boise State Blue and UC Davis.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Initiating match.
Row between Boise State and UC Davis. Are you surprised?
I'm surprised that you were right, Fish. I'm not surprised that it was Kings Row.
I mean, this is like the easiest pick ever. Like, if you're like, I don't even care who's playing. It could be like 2 kindergarten teams. Like, hey, what are they going to pick on hybrid? They've never played the game before. Like, probably Kings Row. Like, just
probably Kings Row.
So not shocked at all. Did the team comp shock you at all, though, is the question.
Absolutely not. This is a Ryan Zaria map, and I said it before, and here it is. Not surprised in the slightest.
Juicy Steak on the McCree, definitely.
Oh,
We talked about it. Oh, maybe not Ryan Zaria. We never know. I don't pay any attention to the first 24 minutes for the attacking, to the first 24 seconds for the attacking team. They're always messing with us. But I will say Juicy Steak on the McCree. We've seen it in the past. Deadeye has that ability, especially comboed with the grab, with the shatter, to be that team fight winning ultimate. So Boise State has to be careful. See, they're just messing with you, D'Angelo.
well, Monkey Zarya is actually a viable comp that Blue plays quite often. They call it double bubble. And we see Asu on his favorite Baptiste that he initially climbed with. So hopefully we'll see him pop off.
Yeah, I think the other thing is going to be interesting to see how Plato plays on that Reaper with the changes, making his mid-range damage a little bit higher, but the close-range damage a little bit less. Should be a net 0 in the long run, though, as Kellen Guak was going to drop low, but an Immortality feels baited out from Fenrir to keep Oompa Loompa alive. They're going to be able to take that one down, but Oompa Loompa has stabilized. Now it's Asu's turn to throw down his own immortality field. Neither team giving an inch here at the start, but Boise State has sneakily already gotten 3 ticks, and they finally get their first elimination onto Oompa Loompa. Boise State takes down Guac, so no Ryans available, and now it's Boise State's turn to pile up the eliminations. They'll go 4 in a row. Juicy State gets one more, but it's too little too late. And Boise State did a really good job of just kind of bullying UC Davis off the point without actually winning anything. They had 2 ticks before anyone died.
UC Davis just walked off the point, and they kind of gave that to Boise State Blue for free, and that is really unfortunate because just like you said, Fish, you are absolutely right. They gave up 2 ticks before anyone even died, which kind of means that they gave up 2 ticks before they even necessarily needed to. Usually giving up 1 tick is okay if you win the fight. That's usually a strategically sound decision, but to give up 2, slightly more than 2, before you even do anything, that's definitely not usually the best decision.
See Goblin and Frosty both swapping. It's a Junkrat for Goblin. It's a Reaper for Frosty. See how that works out as Juicy State gets the first one to fall. He had been the hero of the first fight. Not able to do it here. Can Boise State use that to push down the second point rather quickly? Right now just waiting on the payload. As the Ant Matrix is going to come out from Frenner. He's also going to be forced to Immortality Field. Boise State deals with that quickly, and Asu's going to throw down one of his own. Plato with Death Blossom. He's going to throw it down right away. Takes down Ecal. Guac's going to take down Wild as well. Frenner gets a consolation prize. Juicy State now also going to punish Plato. Boise State may be pushing a little too far forward, but who's going to stop them? The payload hits the second checkpoint, and they've got nearly 6 minutes on the clock without much resistance.
Without much resistance and with ultimate advantage. I mean, we're going in with Grav. They do have beat, so we will need to kill their Lucio before we try to do anything with that. But Guac also has Shatter, and as we saw earlier, with Beanie Bum blocking the Shatter, Beat can only sustain through 1 ult. That's what it's supposed to do.
There's the grab. There is the sound barrier from Wild that's going to come out. Deadeye used by Juicy Steak, and there's a 4-man Shatter from Oompa Loompa. Guac answers with his own 2-man Shatter, and a large Bagel's forced the sound barrier as well as an Ant Matrix from Asu. But Boise State finds absolutely nothing in the ultimate Bonanza, and now Ecal has the grab, and Boise State has to be careful.
Boise State, Guac is like, oops, I'm sorry. Do better next time. Don't worry about it. Doesn't exist. We also saw Plato lose the Reaper versus Reaper to Frosty very early on, which also hurt Boise State's close damage. And now we're walking into a grab. So, I mean, good luck with that.
Well, the Riptire's going to come out. Goblin's not going to find anything, though. There's the grab. Immortality Field perfectly placed by Asu, and it doesn't get destroyed till the grab ends. So Boise State only loses 2 members, and it's UC Davis that ends up losing 4. A couple of environmental kills. Kel and Asu able to get one as well. Plato's going to add in, and never thought I'd see a grab help the other team, but that's exactly what happened. And Boise State survives the grab and captures the point with 4.5 minutes.
Guac was the price. Asu was the solution. And Boise State just capped with 4 minutes and 28 seconds remaining, which is a massive time difference than what we saw on our first map with Kings Row, which is like 1 minute and 1:12.
Yeah.
Boise State Blues looking pretty good. And like I said, Guac was the price there for that last fight. He did die in the grab despite Asu's best efforts.
I was just saying, I mean,
but
you said
price
sound barrier,
for 3rd point.
You said sound barrier can only counter 1 ability. Well, if you get a well-placed immortality field and the enemy team can't deal with it, does a pretty good job countering a grab. It's like a bargain bin sound barrier.
And Asu didn't climb from Masters to High GM Top 500 in 1 season on BAP for nothing. BAP is definitely a really comfortable hero for him, and it's, I mean, we don't get support point of views a lot, but it would be an impressive spectacle if we were to watch this from Asu's perspective. And we see Plato on the Torbjorn, so we're probably going to see some tricky turret things, but we have Goblin on the Mei, which I am just super excited to see because I've never seen him play Mei, but watching him play other heroes, I imagine this is just going to be a beautiful troll or an absolute throw, one of the two.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Frenier's Ant Matrixes are not going to get very much value, if at all. But we'll have to see. Goblin right now on that Mei. We do also have Juicy Steak on the Doomfist, so maybe he's able to get on that back line. Maybe Asu and a large Bagel both pay. See the immortality field already coming out from both Baptistes, as we see a little bit of a high ground push here from UC Davis. Great job making sure that Oompa Loompa is not caught out by a May wall. Being caught on the rock side as Plato is currently kiting Juicy Steak around a corner, allowing Asu to solo down the enemy Baptiste. So UC Davis now trying for this delayed high ground push. They're going to go all the way around. We've seen Boise State Blue do this in the past. Kel, well aware, he's going to go for the backline flank. Nearly takes down Wild, but he's going to have to retreat with all the damage they're sustaining. Now they're going to try and pick off Fenrir, who's trying to rejoin the team. Immortality field goes down. You have to wonder if Boise State committing too many resources to that map. As now they're going to turn around. The answer is no. Oompa Loompa will fall. Juicy Steak in short order. Immortality field from a large bagel going to survive the whole time, unlike UC Davis. They're forced to retreat.
Honestly, short of some sort of miracle or positional mishap on the side of Boise State Blue, we won that fight the minute that Asu won the Battle of the Baps. That their Baptiste is down, their main healer is down. They have Ryan Zarya. And they're pushing into Bay, Torbjorn, Baptiste. It's just, they need that healing. And especially with Fenrir getting spawn camped, that fight was just very Boise State territory.
Should not ask why Goblin's behind the rest of the team, but I'll do it anyways. He's going to throw out the Blizzard, able to take down one before he loses his own life. Molten Core comes out for Plato, and Boise State will once again wipe the floor with UC Davis. Fenrir the only one surviving, but he's going to get a delayed spawn anyway. And Goblin's flank, sometimes it works. We just never question it.
Why is Goblin behind the enemy team? Death.
Good reason, I guess. Usually you don't see a May look like she's on the other team, but quite the play there from Goblin, and now he'll swap over to that McCree, so he just want to get the Blizzard out of the way. Supercharger from Guac going to come out just to try and help Boise State build their ultimates. Double sound barrier online, and UC Davis is quietly running out of time here. Just a minute and a half left. They'll try and hop onto the point. It's Boise State with the high ground. No one taken down just yet. Immortality field comes out from Fenrir, almost immediately destroyed. There's a sound barrier and a grab that comes out, but a large Bagel's going to use his own sound barrier, but a nice shatter from Oompa Loompa is going to cut right through those shields. Boise State's going to lose two. Fenrir with an Ant Matrix as well. There's no May this time for the counter. Goblin will fall as well. It was a great job by UC Davis using 4 ultimates to be able to pick up that payload.
4 ultimates to be able to pick that payload. And if you'll notice, Boise State Blue started contesting after the first tick. They would have different people touch and like different rotations and stuff. But then they lost that fight because they went down 2, because 4 ultimates is 4 ultimates, even against a team as skilled as Boise State Blue. And UC Davis used those ultimates well. They didn't just completely like press Q with no one in sight. But now they still have close to a Death Blossom. But as long as they don't let that Reaper get too much poke, and Reaper's not really a poke hero, Boise State Blue should be safe, at least for this next fight, and be able to hold 2nd point.
Plato's going to start immediately with that Molten Core. He'll get 1, the Deadeye will get 1 from Juicy Steak, and the Immortality field will keep everybody else alive. Oompa Loompa will fall after the Molten Core by standing in it. But ECAL gets Kel, so neither team too far ahead. Nice halt there by Guac to pull back. Fenrir going to try and jump away. Just enough healing to keep himself alive. There's the Death Blossom from Frosty. He's able to get 1. Juicy State gets Asu as well, and it's a late engage from UC Davis, and it kind of catches Boise State off guard.
I'm sorry, but that Orisa with that Fortify just lived through an entire Death Blossom. That is not something that would have happened before. That is absolutely not something that would have happened before. Guac was killed after the Death Blossom. Guac tanked that entire Death Blossom, and honestly, it was a spectacle to watch.
Hit Fortify.
This is what Orisa can do now.
They have the Ant Matrix for UC Davis, and they're immediately going to throw it down. The Shatter will land onto Kel, but an Immortality field's going to keep everybody alive. Goblin and Oompa Loompa going to pick up 1. ECAL and a large Bagel will do the same thing, so it's 2 down a side. Ant Matrix from Asu has come out. ECAL's got the grab. He's going to use it. It's solo onto Kel, and he's not able to shield himself, and he will fall. Very, very close to UC Davis picking up this 2nd point. Time definitely favoring Boise State as UC State's able to take down a large Bagel. Gets another one onto Asu. Plato gets 1, but it's a 3K for Juicy Steak, and there's 3 minutes on the clock for UC Davis to push us to overtime.
Kel and Plato did a really, really good job of stalling that, and now we have Goblin on the Bastion.
At least it's defense Bastion.
Double shield Bastion with Baptiste. So actually, I fully expect Goblin to be unstoppable.
He nearly got an ult switching to it last time at 99% in control. Immortality Field comes down from Asu, going to be able to survive the whole time. His friend Rears is not. Boise State has done a really good job targeting down those Immortality Fields. There's a Supercharger out from Guac trying to build those ultimates. You can see Shatters online. Sound Barrier's incredibly close, as well as the Death Blossom and the Ant Matrix. Those two are up for UC Davis, so they could take a fight here and maybe use those aggressively. But right now the team's just trading, and it's an alt battery for Boise State. There's a window, and the Broncos immediately going to line of sight. Asu's going to throw down one of his own as well. Death Blossom for Plato's going to come out, but an Immortality Field keeps everybody alive on both sides. There's the Sound Barrier going to come out as well, but Boise State had already ripped through a majority of the shields. Wild does get a last-second kill onto Plato, but for the most part, it's UC Davis who's running for the hill.
I'm genuinely not sure what UC Davis's Brian thought he was doing at the beginning of that fight. He was very out of place, and it was very unfortunate, and I'm confident that a series of unfortunate events happened to that man to leave him in the middle of Boise State Blues team.
In the ult from Goblin, we see a one-man chatter onto Ecal as well. Goblin not able to find anything, but now he's going to go turret form. Try and mow through, barely lives, 17 HP. Plato's able to win the Battle of the Reapers, and now Goblin, while they're distracted, a window comes down from Friend Reaper. That's not going to heal any of the damage coming out onto your team. It's a team kill for Boise State, and there's 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
I'm genuinely curious what they thought Goblin was going to do after he fell back and got the health back, other than start shooting at them again. Because they definitely were not ready for him to start shooting at them again. And I'm genuinely curious as to what they thought he would do.
Right now, yeah, he is just ripping this whole team apart. He ulted, and he's already at 57%. Doing a ton of damage to that shield, and you're going to see UC Davis retreat and try and let that shield on Oompa Loompa recharge. And meanwhile, Boise State with a great high ground flank. Wild goes down. There's only 30 seconds left, so UC Davis has to be incredibly careful here. They can take a fight if they can wait for Wild to respawn. It looks like that's exactly what they want to do.
They want to start trying to touch right now. They get a really, really scrappy, touchy fight, and they're not going to get any of the fights that they want here, and
they're not going to get a fight. Oompa Loompa's going to get a charge kill as he runs away, tail between his legs. Great shatter block from Kel the last second. It did land on the Guac, but I'm sure he's not too upset. 4 seconds left. There's a shatter that's going to come out from Kel. Tank form from Goblin, and once again, the grab from UC Davis is a win for Boise State, and the Broncos go up 2-0 as we go on to our last one.
Consolation prize for the Zarya. She did block that shatter with a bubble, which is a very hard thing to do.
Plato this time picks up the play of the game as Torbjorn.
Yep, his molten core. They stood in the molten core. They just a giant red thing on your screen, and you stand in it. Clearly.
I will say, shockingly, we've had some very low impact plays of the game, but we'll get to that in a second. Don't forget the beatdown at Boise State, being held all throughout February. Join Boise State's premier fighting game event, Dragon Ball FighterZ, this weekend, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on the 28th to test your skills against the Idaho fighting game community. Open brackets held online with an in-person final event hosted at Boise State University. You can register at smash.gg, the beatdown at Boise State. Those are some pretty low impact plays of the game, though. Like, I'm used to like 4Ks, not like 2Ks. Like,
okay, a couple of things, Fish. First of all, that second one was in fact a 4K. Second of all, Fish, that play of the game that went from UC Davis, where the Widowmaker shot 2 of them with headshots, that was only a double kill, but that enabled them to get the percentage on the point that they got.
I want like a
that
6. I want a
play
6K.
of the game. That play of the game was actually the biggest play that they had, regardless of kill count.
Oh, okay.
Because they wouldn't have gotten percent. Based on the way things were trending, they wouldn't have gotten any percent on the point if they hadn't came out with that surprise Widow, gone up 2, and then just murdered everybody.
Look, you can't complain about supports not getting play of the game and then defend a 2K. It just doesn't work like that.
I have never complained about supports not getting play of the game, Fish.
I
genuinely don't know what you're talking about.
You complain about us not getting support POVs.
Because Asu is tearing it up. I am confident that the reason that Goblin spends his time in the back...
He healed that man, and he healed that man.
Actually,
we're here for the action.
So you noticed in the very end how Fenrir had higher healing than Asu, and I'm confident that the only reason for that is not because he is a higher skilled Baptiste, but because Asu was spending most of his time shooting.
Well, I mean, I think Boise State is probably doing more damage as well.
He definitely just killed anything that he was shooting at, and so he just did an amazing job. And his immortality fields were also very nice because Fenrir's were getting destroyed because they weren't fully around the corner. Like Boise State Blue was able to kind of like finesse it and destroy the immortality field. But Asu has played so much Baptiste and likes that hero so much that he just doesn't have that like micro problem, because it really is a micro problem.
I do think we have to give credit to Boise State Blue, though. I think they do a really good job of target acquisition onto the immortality field. I don't think it's all on Fenrir's bad immortality fields. I think you're right on some of them, but I think Boise State Blue is definitely well trained in immortality field, shoot it, whereas sometimes you saw with UC Davis, they're like, the grab's down, I'm using everything, and there's an immortality field. They're like, I'm not doing any damage. So
yes.
I think there's a little bit of both. I think Boise State Blue makes it very hard on enemy Baptiste to get a good immortality field. And
Fenrir's immortality fields are not bad by any means. That is not what I was trying to say, because they're actually pretty good. It's just like a micro, like half of a pixel is around a corner, especially on that third point on Kings Road. That's where Baptiste immortality fields are super. There's lots of natural cover for it to be behind. They would be like otherwise great immortality fields, but there would just be like a micro misplacement where Boise State Blue could still see it.
Yep.
And that's like a super small thing that did cost them.
Well, we're heading to game 3, or map 3, as we should say, as we mentioned. This is not a best of 3 in your traditional sense. We will play all 3 maps, as map score is very, very important between Boise State Blue and UC Davis in the NECC. Broncos, if you will count score, I've already won the series 2-0. But like I said, we're playing map 3 regardless. Last time in the fall, Boise State Blue dropped 2 maps total. I'm sure they want to make that a clean sheet. And right now, I mean, we saw some fight from UC Davis, but in the end, they were never going to have a time bank in overtime if they even got there. So I think Boise State Blue probably won that game a little bit more than we actually saw on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. And I think Boise State Blue, I think it's pretty safe to say that they will continue to do that. I mean, obviously cockiness can definitely kill a team, so let's not do that and throw a map. But if they continue to play the way that they've been playing, it's just kind of like nothing short of like a miracle is going to give them this map. Like nothing short of Boise State not playing like they have been is going to give this to UC Davis. Yeah,
I mean, I think Juicy Steak, once again, made his impact felt.
Yes.
Occasionally, he had a couple of nice 3-kill moments. Didn't really get too much value with the Deadeye. Maybe he has to go on some sort of like feast or famine hero, like a Reaper maybe. Maybe you go for the 6K Death Blossoms, because that feels like that's how UC Davis is going to win, is Juicy Steak's going to do something crazy. And you kind of need an ult to do that, and then just without landing a good grab, without landing a good shatter, the Deadeye is so hard to do that, especially against a player like Kel who can block most of the bullets with the shield anyway. So I do think Juicy Steak needs some sort of like complete YOLO DPS that he can 6K on.
And Reaper Death Blossom, while normally can be a 6K, stuns not withholding, Guac has now figured out that with Fortify, he can completely face tank that whole thing.
Crazy.
He can face tank the entire Reaper ultimate. So I don't even know that Reaper is going to give him that 6K that he needs. And I'm honestly not even sure it would matter, because you can get a 6K, but if you get that 6K, for example, outside of your own spawn, like there's not a ton of advancement that can be had.
There are some caveats to it, but that does feel like that is UC Davis's only way to potentially take a map off Boise State. It just feels like the blue team is just a little bit ahead of UC Davis in a lot. I mean, even the DPS, I think Juicy Steak is maybe you could say on the level of Goblin and Plato. I wouldn't say he's better than them, but he has his moments. So I'm just trying to theorize of ways that UC Davis can win, and it really comes down to Juicy Steak having the best game we've ever seen a DPS player have, probably the best game of his life as well.
Absolutely. And it will also, or alternatively, it could take Boise State Blue getting cocky, because that very easily will cost them a map. That very easily has cost Boise State teams maps in the past.
Yep.
we've seen people lose maps, lose entire games to just being cocky. So Juicy State can either have the best game of his life, or Boise State Blue could have the worst of their current play season.
Yeah, I mean, it would take, I think, for Boise State Blue probably 4 to 6 players having their worst game. I think you could say maybe 1 or 2 could have their worst game and Boise State could win. But it also looks like the Broncos, you know, the nice thing about this blue team, there's about 7 or 8 players that can come in. So Goblin gets the game off. They'll bring Rezo in to see if he can sort of maintain that level of play at the DPS role for Boise State Blue.
And Rezo is definitely more than capable of doing that and holding UC Davis just as dominantly as Boise State Blue has been in the past 2 maps. So I don't actually expect to see a ton of difference in the way that this map plays out. However, we will need to watch that Ashe on the Mercy pocket. I don't know. I'm still having some kind of like PTSD from Sertle on the Mercy last time. So hopefully someone stops that man if they choose to play that dominantly that Sertle did. I do see Asu on the Mercy, and I know that he must be feeling feelings. He's not the most fond of playing Mercy as a hero.
You've now named 2 supports he hates. There's about 4 in the game. maybe Overwatch not the game for him if he hates all the heroes he has to play, but I digress. I think the one thing we can watch out for is what could UC State do? He's on that Widowmaker once again. If UC Davis wants to find a way to win, they've got to start with him getting huge picks as Kel takes a ton of damage in Arc. This is an interesting over-the-shoulder perspective.
It's nice from an artistic film standpoint. It's very artistic. It's very beautiful. We see the UC Davis Wrecking Ball going quite low. And we see Glock going quite low too. I don't think he gets out. He was in a little bit too deep there, but the cart was pushed a significant amount, and he probably will respawn before the first, like, real fight, Fish. Oh boy.
Plato's the one picking up double kills. Make that a triple kill. There's the revive from Wild onto Frosty. Not going to matter, though, as Frosty dies again. Wild can get all the revives in the world. It's not going to matter. Rezo gets 2 more. And I will say, that was a great play by Frosty. He shotgun blast Guac off of that little podium. And that's what resulted in his death. So it was a great play by Frosty that got the kill, but then everything else went south quickly.
It was a great play by Frosty, followed up by getting insta-killed and then being a waste of a res, and then
getting killed the 3rd time, actually, is now it's Rezo's turn with Boise State's double sniper. Wild gets the res. This one not as punishing as Boise State has just now started pushing that second point.
I don't know. I think Rezo has a shot here to kill him immediately after the res again.
There's the Dragon Strike. He's right now dueling Oompa Loompa. He'll win that one, and he gets a Dragon Strike off screen. Make it 3 for Rezo. A large Bagel finally decides that, you know, somebody besides this Hanzo should get a kill. Oh, my. What? That was the greatest flick I've ever seen. I didn't even think he was shooting at it. He shot around the shield.
They've all been headshots against Rezo on the enemy snipers, too.
Oh, no!
Oh, there it is again!
Throw it in the towel.
I will say that part of it is probably just... So in Overwatch, we have a word for this called Logzo, or Hanzo Logs, because his arrows have a massive hitbox, and he can just spam them at a point. So really the best way to play against a Hanzo is to know where he's going to spam and not stand there, because... There's no way that Rezo saw Juicy Steak on that last headshot there. He was just spamming where he knows to spam. And Asu, even on the Mercy, getting that pistol whip onto the enemy Ashe.
Who is this man?
There it is again! It's a...
You're excited about the support plays. We don't care.
I'm excited about Asu.
We don't care. We're right now watching.
My friend.
We talked about somebody having the game of their life. We meant Juicy Steak, not Rezo. Rezo is having the game of his life.
They subbed Rezo in, and he's just completely holding them at whatever spawn they happen to get to. He's held them at 2 different spawns now.
You could argue Boise State calling off the dogs, forcing Rezo to swap over from the Hanzo to the Genji. Plato's now able to join the headshot parade as he'll get one on to Juicy Steak.
And it is definitely a headshot parade. They might need that special Orisa buff but to everybody, to prevent everybody from getting crit hit. That seems to be the only thing that would save them now.
Guac trying to knock people around. He'll throw the minefield down. Kel's able to get one as Boise State shoving third point Havana about as hard as you can. They're just now waiting for the cart at this point. Rezo not as successful, gets immediately gunned down by Wild in a 1v1 against Baptiste. Not something you want to see your Genji do. Gravitic Flux comes out from ECal, does take down Asu, gets another one onto Kel as well. Have to wonder if a swap back to Hanzo is in short order here for Rezo, but you see that the Nano Blade is probably what they want to pull off. Wild gets another one, and Boise State finally slowed down, perhaps a little bit by their over-aggressive play more than anything else.
Over-aggressive play coupled with the fact that it's hard for people to get back into the fight on Havana, even though we are a bunch of fast heroes in general. It's hard to get past the fight, especially because they have double hit scan. So it's crossing that no man's land with no cover is almost impossible to do against good hit scan. They'll just hold you there. And we've seen UC Davis do this.
Yeah, Boise State, you can clearly see they want the Nano Blade. Rezo's 30% away. A large bagel has it, but UC State's going to headshot Plato to start things off. Bob's going to come into the fight from Frosty, and Boise State's probably just buying time for their ultimates. Like Asu with a nice res onto Plato. Is it going to matter? He's going to drop low with the Orb Discord. Right now, all the pressure on Rezo just to be able to get some of this ultimate. So they can combo with the Nano Blade as UC State gets another headshot onto Plato, and third point Havana proving tough even for Boise State Blue.
And Boise State Blue came to third point Havana with about 5 minutes, so they definitely have time for Rezo to take a while to charge that ultimate.
Gravitic Flux is available for Kel. Maybe that can open things up. Minefield is as well. There's the Gravitic Flux. Going to be used on the back line. Should land onto 3 as he'll sneak around the corner. Immortality Field comes out perfectly from Wild. Going to see a Transcendence from front rear as well. Nano is going to land on Rezo. There's the Nano Blade. Boise State won it. They're able to pick up one and a supercharger, make it 2. Kel punches him down. Minefield gets the last one. That's what Boise State was waiting for. They'll get the clean team kill. Now, will the payload get there in time is the question. ECal has respawned as well as Juicy Steak, and the rest of the team going for stall.
UC Davis gets a full recontest as long as they don't get picked outside of the spawn doors here right now like that. So they don't get a full recontest anymore, but also Kel's down, so
Boise State, not probably how they wanted it to go. Juicy State gets a headshot as well. They're about as close as you can be to capping without actually capping. Plato puts 2 as we get a 3 straight headshots, kills free from the Widowmaker. Plato's going to infrared sight. He gets another headshot, make it 3 in a row for Plato.
Guac running around getting those little health packs as you do on ball. That poor monkey, that man went from 0 to 100. Well, almost 0, really quick.
4 straight headshots for Plato. Unfortunately, the last one not enough to kill Oompa Loompa, but he will get his 4th straight kill with the kill onto Frosty. Gravitic Flux comes out from ECal, and as Kel realizes gravity's a thing once again, he goes plummeting to his death. Boise State now actually, quite literally, about as close as you can get without capping. 0.28 meters is how far away Boise State is, and it's Juicy Steak's turn. The headshot Plato. There's a revive from Asu. Good job getting that one out of line of sight. Boise State's gearing up for one more push.
Honestly, all it would take is that at this point is UC Davis being just a couple meters off the payload and Guac zooming in there. But I don't think UC Davis is going to let that happen.
They're not going to let that one happen. Plato getting, once again, beating that Widowmaker showdown. We get a Nano onto Guac, so he's going to jump in on the back line. It's anti-healing, but he's not going to use the minefield just yet. Now he's going to throw it down right on top of the point. Trying to find something to take down Juicy Steak. He'll do just that. Now he'll come charging through the point. Asu has been put to sleep with the Valkyrie, and Wild gets a double kill for UC Davis, and it feels like Boise State's going to come about as close as you can to capping, but they're not actually going to be able to cap, as there's only 19 seconds left.
Which is the nature of third point Havana, to be perfectly honest. I don't think Boise State Blue should feel too terribly bad about this. I mean, I touched on it earlier, and I'll say it again. Third point Havana is just incredibly difficult to cap.
You have to wonder if you're Boise State, if maybe you shoved the Nano Blade a bit too hard, as Plato's able to take down Wild. Guac will fall, though. There's the Dragon Strike that comes out. Front rear will get cut in half. Cal and Oompa Loompa will both pick up a kill, as well as a large bagel. Rezo won't find anything else, but the point's still contested, and the respawn's coming in too soon, especially with the primal range buying time, and it doesn't look like Boise State's going to be able to cap even in overtime here. Oompa Loompa dropping incredibly low. will barely go down as Asu swapped over to the Moira. You get a rally out from Wild as well. A nice anti onto Rezo, but he's going to be able to be healed as he survives. And Boise State once again getting incredibly close as they'll trade kills there. Ace picks up another one onto Wild, and Boise State actually might pick this one up, and they will.
There it is, absolutely, in overtime. UC Davis, work is absolutely cut out for them.
Yeah.
Third point Havana. This is not a 2CP map, but it's about as hard to cap as a 2CP map. The same rule of if you lose somebody going in, you're probably not going to cap holds true here. We did lose a large bagel, but then everybody proceeded to pop off and get 4 kills immediately after that, so obviously you cap. But in general, on 2CP maps and on third point Havana, you need to get there with your whole team, and you need to play to live. I mean, obviously, you need to get kills, but if you lose anybody, it's not like a normal fight or anything. If you lose anybody, it's almost like you're down 2 for every single death because they're not going to be able to make it, and you're just going to get snowballed and murdered. So UC Davis definitely has their work cut out for them because Boise State Blue full capped.
You do have to wonder, though, if Boise State tried a bit too hard to get that nano value because, I mean, Rezo was absolutely dominating on the Hanzo, and maybe if he gets a headshot on the Juicy Steak, Boise State's able to capture because, I mean, as you mentioned, that long sight line, half the reason Boise State couldn't cap is because Juicy Steak was just headshotting everyone. So maybe if Rezo never swaps, he's able to get a pick onto Juicy Steak and that goes different. I think the Genji felt forced for Boise State, but they get it done nonetheless, and I don't think in the long run it's going to matter because that took 5 minutes for Boise State to cap that third point. I would be impressed if UC Davis can get to that third point on Havana with 5 minutes left.
They had 5 minutes to force it, so yes, Fish, I absolutely do think it was forced, but they had 5 minutes to make those forced mistakes.
Practice for the long run, I would have to think, is probably what Boise State Blue would answer was the call for that as they pick up a kill. On to ECAL. Not quite the close hold we've seen from Boise State in the past, but definitely not letting UC Davis get comfortable. Juicy Steak has been incredible, though. This loss is not going to be his fault at all, as he's been absolutely incredible, especially on this Widowmaker. Plato's going to get another one, though, as the Hanzo play by Boise State Blue has been almost too much for UC Davis to overcome.
And here we are, Cal, walking back from spawn, the only member of Boise State that's had to do so far. And we're about 2 minutes in, and Rezo in them with a pulse bomb.
Great pulse
Sad day
bomb.
for a brick when you get killed by a Tracer.
Picks up a second one. Can he win the battle of the Tracers? It'll test your ability to not throw up when you watch Tracer v Tracer.
Absolutely. I do not understand, Fish, how DPS players do it, how they play Tracer. Fish, I really don't. It's a special art form that is, even like commenting on Tracer play, I cannot do it very effectively at all because it just moves so fast.
Watching high-level Tracer play is one of the most nauseating things in the world because you're just like, my screen is shaking. I don't know what's happening. So glad we got off that POV. Not that I have anything against Rezo, but I would like to not puke all over the broadcast in my nice suit. As Frosty's able to pick up one on the Guac, Boise State trying to close hold. Oompa Loompa with the flank nearly goes down to an arrow, but a Transcendence is going to keep him alive from Frenrir. Now Large Bagel's turn to throw his out as well. Frenrir picks up one onto Rezo. Boise State's also used their Valkyrie and their Gravitic Flux. Kel's going to go for 3. He's able to pick it up. ECAL has it. There's a ton of ults available for UC Davis, and it's a team kill for Boise State.
And Boise State is at full power now. Fish, they do have their full team here. UC Davis is sitting on a Gravitic Flux Mines combo that they could potentially use to great effect, but Boise State Blue probably won't let that happen. They're playing very split.
Yeah, there's the minefield kill onto ECAL, so you can't even get the minefield Gravitic Flux out. Wild used the rally as well, and that's going to make things a lot harder for UC Davis. And Boise State now with only 1:12 seconds left, and probably about the only thing getting in their way would be an over-aggressive play here, as we even see Oompa Loompa swapped off, so there's not even a chance for the Gravitic Flux minefield combination.
Guac plays ball so elegantly. He makes everything look so easy on ball, all these little needle threads that he does. When in fact, I don't know, if you've ever played ball, it is not nearly that easy.
Well, don't let the wrecking ball play distract you from the fact that it's Plato's turn to pop off on Hanzo, and he just went for 4 kills.
I am unsurprised. That is what Plato does. Honestly, Fish, I'm shocked he didn't get 4 immediate kills in quick succession sooner, because that's just how Plato operates.
Wild does pick up a double kill.
Oh boy.
Plato's duck hunting in the air for Juicy Steak and unable to find him. The duplicate goes off, and he's able to duplicate onto Kel. And now there's 2 Sigmas running around for UC Davis, and with 19 seconds left, Gravitic Flux comes out, and UC Davis has a decent chance of maybe getting first point.
Boise State Blue thought they had it, but the benefit about losing a fight in your enemy's literal spawn on Havana is you get a second contest. If Boise State starts getting picked here, it'll be really scrappy, but right now, they get full fight.
Yeah, they got the pick on a Juicy Steak to start. So the Transcendence available for Predator and an Ant Matrix as Minefield comes crashing down.
Oh, Jesus, Squawk, no.
Barely able to get out alive. Asu commits the Valkyrie, keep him alive. And there's the Ant Matrix from Wild, as well as an Immortality Field. Squawk just trying to be a pester on the Ant back line. Barely survives once again, but it opens up everything else. As somehow Asu's picking up a double kill to end it. And that's about as well as you can be for Boise State. It's a 3-0, and it ends with your Mercy getting a double kill.
Your Mercy getting a double kill, and you full capping Havana, but holding them 0.1. That is a very impressive thing to do.
I gotta be honest, I think something's broken with the play of the game system here. Nothing against Kel, but you're telling me that either Plato or Rezo on the Hanzo with what they did did not get play of the game?
He just killed 5 there. He just killed 5 and he did most of the damage to them, so I don't know.
Rezo killed 7 people in a row.
That's very true. Rezo absolutely did. There was a lot of Boise State Blue murder going on. There were lots of strings of just absolutely, really amazingly impressive kills. You could make an entire reel video about the amount of people that just popped off on 4+ kill streaks with just this map.
Yeah.
You could make
the top 5. I mean, I'll see if production gets it right, because I think all 3 of those play of the games were a bit lacking. I think on Control there wasn't many plays to pick from, so I'll give the replay system the benefit of that. And I think Juicy Steak deserved it, because almost all of his kills on that Widowmaker were headshots, which are absolutely insane. But we'll see where those plays fall. But my goodness, Rezo absolutely came in. I mean, usually you don't see someone come in to the game cold and pop off like that. Maybe he was solo queuing in the background, waiting for his time to shine. I hope he didn't have to leave his game in progress, but that was one of the best Hanzo 30-second reels I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Legit 1v6ing at that point.
Legit 1v6ing in their spawn, in 2 different spawns.
Yeah. I mean, he David Beckham's the arrow around a shield on the Sigma. He somehow headshot someone that I think you're right, D'Angelo. If we asked him and he was being honest, he had no idea he was there. He'll say he knew he was doing it, but I think we could both agree that it was just he took the shot, and the game's like, that guy was close enough. We'll give him the headshot.
No, he knows where to spam. That's what you do on Hanzo. You know where to spam to get squishy headshots, because everybody's heads are like more or less at the same level in terms of like squishies that you can actually one-shot. All their heads pop up in mostly the same place, so you just spam an area and people die, and then you see them in the kill feed and you're like,
cool,
all right, somebody was there. And then they watch your kill feed as they're respawning and they're like, he had no clue where I was.
No,
Lobzo strikes again.
That's definitely a report Blizzard. He's seeing red squares. Please fix that. But I think we all know, as he said, it was a shot. You'll give him more credit, D'Angelo. He knew where the head could be.
Yes.
I'm going to say he was just spamming and got lucky. He'll admit that I knew where that guy was. I totally saw him. But nonetheless, some incredible play for Boise State Blue. Keeping up with what we saw in the fall, 3-0ing UC Davis. They're now 2-0, but there's definitely some hard teams in this division. Fresno State, which always love a Mountain West rivalry, no matter what it is, if it's Mountain West or if it's NECC, and then, of course, Midland.
Yes.
So I think Boise State Blue wants to get their revenge on, as it was kind of a shocking Midland domination in the NECC Fall Championship.
Yes, let's do it. Let's get the revenge. Let's get the win. It's always a good day to be a Boise State fan, but it's an amazing day to be a Boise State fan if we manage to beat Midland.
Yeah, and you know what? I also think good things are around the corner for Orange as well. Feels like maybe just a little bit rusty coming back. It really has been a while since we have had Boise State Overwatch. I know we've had quite a bit of the Missouri High School esports Overwatch, but Boise State Overwatch definitely took the longest break from the fall to the spring semester. Don't forget that Boise State Esports is always looking for talented players, production, and broadcasters. Top talent along with good grades can earn you scholarships as well. If you want more information, check them out at boisestate.edu/esports for more information. That was a very, very well-played game between these two teams, D'Angelo, and it's just so hard-pressed to find a weakness for Boise State at this point. It's going to take a very, very talented team to bring them down. Hopefully Orange can join them. I know both of those teams were top 4 last fall in the NECC, and I think Orange is right there. But that will wrap up everything for tonight's broadcast. It was a great night for Boise State. The blue team picking up the win, the orange team unfortunately falling, but I think good things are right there. They were so close to taking down Johnson and Wales. But that will do it for us. Should have a top 5 plays coming up for you.
Amen.
And until next time, have a great evening.
Here's Rezo's highlight reel guy.
Barely go down as Asu swapped over to the Moira. You get a rally out from Wild as well. A nice anti-on to Rezo, but he's going to be able to be healed as he survives. And Boise State once again getting incredibly close as they'll trade kills there. Ace picks up another one onto Wild. And Boise State actually might pick this one up. And they will.
There it is, absolutely.
Push down the second point rather quickly. Right now just waiting on the payload as the Ant Matrix is going to come out from Frenrir. He's also going to be forced to Immortality Field. Boise State deals with that quickly, and Ace is going to throw down one of his own. Taito with Death Blossom. He's going to throw it down right away. Takes down Ecal. Guac's going to take down Wild as well. Frenrir gets a consolation. In the ult from Goblin, we see a one-man chatter onto Ecal as well. Goblin not able to find anything, but now he's going to go turret form. Try and mow through, barely lives, 17 HP. Play was able to win the battle of the Reapers, and now Goblin, while they're distracted, a window comes down from Frenrir, but that's not going to heal any of the damage coming out onto your team. It's a team kill for Boise State. Going to be used on the back line, should land onto 3 as he'll sneak around the corner. Immortality Field comes out perfectly from Wild. Going to see a Transcendence from Frenrir as well. Nano is going to land on Rezo. There's the Nano Blade. Boise State won it. They're able to pick up 1 and a Supercharger, make it 2. Kel punches him down. Minefield gets the last one. That's what Boise State was waiting for. Now started pushing that second point.
I don't know. I think Rezo has a shot here to kill him immediately after the res again.
There's the Dragon Strike. He's right now dueling Oompa Loompa. We're not quite done here at the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. It's time for our post-game press conference with Doc Haskell following the Boise State Blue team's win, the Boise State Orange team's defeat, and Doc will start with the Orange team. This is a top 4 team in NECC in the fall. Feels like they're really close. What do you think is just holding them back with this 0-2 start right now?
You know, it's the first game of the new spring season, and we drew a really tough one. Johnson and Wales is for real. They're super strong and super disciplined, and we just did not focus on the right target as much as we do when we win. So we got to fix that, blocking, tackling, and we'll see it turn around.
I mean, meanwhile, for Boise State Blue, seems like it was the exact same team we saw in the fall, clicking on all cylinders. How nice is it to not only have 2 really talented DPS players in Goblin and Plato, but then be able to put in Rezo and really not even lose a beat?
You know what? We talk all the time. We just do not get Rezo enough time because that's what he's capable of all the time. It's a problem, right? You know, we need a 3-headed monster, but we're only allowed to start 2 of them. So getting him in there and having him have the result that we love him to have is really gratifying.
And what's next for both Orange and Blue? I know Midland's going to be a very highlight calendar performance because they beat both Orange and Blue in the fall playoffs. So what's ahead around the corner in NECC for both the Orange and the Blue teams?
Well, we've got them circled, but now that the NECC has so many more teams in it for the spring season, there's a lot of really talented folks. Fresno State, don't forget them. They're in our column for this spring season, and the way they've got it broken out, there's a lot of tough teams in this group.
And then I guess we can wrap up on this. What are your thoughts on the play 3 games and not the best of format that the NECC does? A little bit different.
You know what? For me, a best of 3 is over too quick. If you lose 2 or you win 2, we do all this work to get together to play. We should play as much as we can.
No, I definitely agree. I think a best of 3 is over quick. I like the fact that we get all 3 maps, and I'm sure you, Doc, like the fact that the blue team won, and that there were some good moments for the orange team. And as if you can learn from a loss, it's not always that bad of a thing. But that's going to wrap up our coverage here tonight. We've got a ton of great action coming up still this week. We've got Boise State and Nevada in League of Legends for first place in the CLOL group for the Mountain West. You want to make sure you stay tuned for that, so drop a follow on the channel so you know when we go live, because we got a ton of great stuff coming up this week and every week here at Boise State Esports. But that's going to wrap it up. Big shout out to D'Angelo for joining me on this long night of Overwatch, production as well for making sure everything looks and sounds good. But until next time, have a great evening.